Hello. Got quite a treat for you guys here. We actually have the high roller event of the TLPT. It's a 15k USD buy-in, I believe, something like that. And gonna see some world-class players. And joining me this evening is Rita Shinhwa. How are you doing tonight?
Doing very well, Selena. Good evening, as you just said. Kicking off late today, I would argue today is a bit of a reset from the incredible main event that we witnessed yesterday, and of course, the incredible winner as well, Shueijia Wen, walking away with 220k and a ticket to this very event. So we look forward to having her join us at some point. For now, we kick off with 6 players, some of the world's best, and of course, that is what we expect for this high roller main, as we call it. Buy-in well over $15,000, as you said. And we do have a winner from yesterday's high roller event. It's David Peters, who actually shipped an event already. Was he at the trophy ceremony this morning?
No, it ended up being Li Xuan that won the high roller.
Oh, did he come runner-up then?
He came runner-up,
me.
yeah.
I got some false info. Well, close enough, close enough. Great start, no doubt, because we did watch him, I believe, enter Jeju and come straight to the poker floor here at Leze Casino. So, coming in pretty hot, I would argue. And let's not forget the man who's always hot. It's Joe Kwon on the table. We're beginning on level 3, I believe. 15-minute levels.
But it looks like he's already putting his stack to work and might have busted a player or doubled up his chip stack.
Yeah, he's the big stack in the mix. And mind you, the same hand, but one of them has the flush draw. But we get to the river and it's a chop if we can flip the cards up. But do we get to? We're bluffing at it. Good timing by the Estonian player. Shortest stack on the table at the moment. This pickup should help the cause. So off we go. I will remain. I expect some of the players who qualify through our satellite will be joining us as well. As we can see, we're very, very deep. Maybe not everybody's ball game to play this deep. Now, if you were one of the satellite qualifiers, Selena, what's the level you're coming in at? What's the starting stack that you want to compete with some of the world's best?
20 big blinds?
20? Wait till tomorrow, I guess. I feel like you're forgetting that every poker player overestimates their own abilities.
Yeah, they do, but kind of feel like, this number of big blinds might make me feel rather comfortable. Just I think like I'll probably sit down and say like 50 to 100. I think that will be fine. But I haven't really played cash game for like a very long time. It might have been like now possibly over 10 years.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game, isn't it?
Just not my cup of tea.
Well, cash game or tournament, Ace King is good enough to 3-bet from the small blind.
I get free food, I think, if you join the high roller.
Okay, that's a perk.
Everybody with their fruit platters.
These high rollers tend to be healthy, don't they? There's no other way to compete at the highest levels without taking care of your body and brain. We'll introduce the players as we go along. They just mentioned a man from Estonia, number 5 on a pretty impressive all-time money list in Estonia, looking to eclipse 2 million USD to the extent he can ship this one.
I'm not familiar with this player at all.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest. Not sure about their prowess in Asia, but Hendon Mob should help. Certainly have been playing in Jeju, Taipei a little bit, but a lot of European tournaments, as you might expect, being from Europe. It's always kind of cool scrolling all the way down in the Hendon Mob, isn't it? And you start seeing the $300, 300 euro in this case tournaments, even some 100 euro tournaments, and here he is, firing the 16k high roller main. Slowly grinding his way up from 2013, I believe, is the first Hendon Mob entry. Goes to show what hard work can do in the game. Maybe the most diverse table we've had at TLPT. China, represented, of course, by Zhou Chuan. Peters on your screen at the moment from the US. Did just mention Sutla from Estonia. Shinohara from Japan. And the second Japanese flag will be Yoko. She's a familiar face at these kind of events. A deceptive 227,000 in Hendon Mob live earnings. That's coming off a pretty recent start. And keep in mind, for the Japanese players, it's always tough to figure out how accurate the Hendon Mob is. Japanese events notoriously not recorded in the same way as the rest of the world. Blind versus blind battle, a near lock for Joe.
Now this is Saki Yoko. I think, isn't she the one you mentioned the other time about winning a Triton event?
Yeah, she won a Triton 1 event, I believe. Yeah,
Okay.
she won. She was the first woman to win a Triton 1
Right.
event.
And then I was looking up some of the recent tournaments she actually has played, and she's been entering a lot of high rollers.
Yeah, I was just mentioning Triton 1 comes to mind, another 15k, has moved up in stakes, and, you know, I call the 227,000 on the Hendon Mob a bit deceptive, in the sense that it's only been a couple of years since she's been in the tournament streets, and some of them come from Japan, and it's always tough with Hendon Mob in Japan because the results are not recorded. So no lack of prowess and no lack of experience. And on some level, you need to have that experience and confidence to even register looking at the rest of the list, because as the players do roll in, this is the only table going on right now. As I mentioned, we're at level 3. So to sit down short-handed amongst these high rollers, as we do see Martin Sedlak join the table. So we're going to be 6-handed at the moment. I mean, I certainly would have to think many, many times, even if I had one of the qualifying free roll tickets, to play short-handed with this lot. While we're talking about resumes, I'm almost afraid to put up David Peters. Let's take a look. Approaching $50 million on the Hendon Mob.
Whoa.
Unreal. $14th on the all-time money list.
That is impressive. I didn't think it was that high.
It's just that he's so unassuming. You know, nice-looking, friendly-looking guy.
Flies under the radar, not many words.
You just can't imagine that he's just been crushing it at the highest level for years. Mind you, we've converted the bottom pair into the best hand by far. This raise is very interesting, coming from a player like Peters, but it allows Sutla to get away from the ace. Welcome to the table, Martin Sedlak from Germany. Has been a frequent guest at our feature table across, I believe, the main event, the Mystery Bounty, was it? Or one of the high roller events. As we mentioned, German national, but plays all across Asia. We know we'll have people joining us for this one since, as the high roller main, there's quite a few players who've been looking forward to this event and have flown in especially for this event. It's just a matter of what level they want to enter the proceedings. Probably doing their pre-registration ritual at the moment. What's your best guess for, let's pick a player, Jungle Man's ritual before playing a tournament? You think he's meditating, or is he just headbanging loud music in a completely dark room?
I can see him pounding his chest with his fist.
Oh, I like that. Jungle Man. Very appropriate.
There you
too.
go.
I like that a lot.
David Peters is digging into some lamb chops by the looks of it.
Free lamb chops, huh? That's the high roller life.
Yeah, it's like a buffet when you enter the high roll, so might as well get your money's worth.
Looks like we're not going anywhere, and we're check raising. Turning the absolute worst part of our range, using the fact that a 3 would make us the super nuts. It's the kind of holding that you don't mind being blown away from if you face a 3-bet. But you do give yourself a shot to take it down on this street itself. Ace-Jack, though, will not oblige. And now we begin to play deep stacked. And that is quite a card. Double belly buster now for the 6-5. Perhaps compelling us to fire. Two-tone board, though. Or do we want to check and try and see a free card to the extent our opponent checks behind? If we think Sutla is continuing with hands worse than aces against the check raise, it does incentivize what Martin has just done. In comes the double barrel. How big have we gone? I do believe I heard him announce 20-something. There we see it, 22k. Nearly full pot. And now, how do we feel about Ace-Jack? Doesn't interact with the spades. Does interact slightly with the hearts. But surely pretty high up in our range at the moment.
Yeah, I see a core here and probably assess on that river. I think that's probably the best play in this particular instance.
And we have to think about what Martin is representing. It's quite narrow. Obviously could have flopped a monster in the form of the nut straight and some sets.
This is the problem that I have with these particular events is those looks, right? The stare down. It's quite nerve-wracking when you're on the receiving end of it. But hey, Martin makes it work, takes down a pretty nice pot.
Gets the ace-jack to pitch it. What a result with the 6 high. Power of aggression. Do believe a lot of the leverage in that hand came from the turn sizing Really asking the question of the ace-jack, how many cards feel safe to you on the river? And even with the absolute brick, unless it's a jack in particular, will you be comfortable calling a bet if I bomb it? Aggression really paying off there. So welcome to the table, Martin. What an announcement. Yoko likes her hand. Wants to raise to slightly more than 2x. Martin likes his hand too. Oh, and the suited, not low, the dirty diaper they call it. This hand became quite popular a few years ago, so at the World Series of Poker, and I always wondered why they call it the dirty diaper, as we do see it flop, the flush draw. My only theory so far is that it's because you're supposed to throw it away.
Yeah. I think I can agree with that one.
Wow, something for everyone now. Comes the ace in the turn, the best hand for Yoko. Martin's top pair on the flop has been outdone. And still, the smallest flush draw possible for Shinohara.
Betting half pot here. I'm more impressed with the 3 plates of food David Peters just ate. With that, it's superhuman speed, actually.
He's powering through. David, we have long levels, 50 minutes. You got time. If check called the flush draw, the king-queen would have made the best hand. The 3 deuce certainly does not. And we waved the white flag, so this spot going the way of Yoko. Curious though to see if she goes really thin on the value bet. She does indeed. Looking down and reaching for chips. Pair of aces. Second worst kicker. Meaningless, of course, facing the nut low.
And so the interesting thing about this event was there was actually a couple of draws. Lucky draws to win a seat for the high roller, as well as satellite winners. And I'm pretty sure none of these plays are it.
Yeah, these guys seem like they've put in the full 16, looking to battle. Zhou Xuan would have. Needless to say, the player I'm most excited to see at our high roller main is the winner of our circuits main, Shui Jiawen. Her unconventional style, her aggression, I'm sure garnered her a lot of fans yesterday. Gotta count myself as one of them. And if this lot was not paying attention to our stream, they're not prepared for what's about to hit them. Did actually spot her on the tournament floor, so she's around, probably eyeing the table, waiting for her moment to strike, getting to a stack depth she feels comfortable navigating. King for the upset, but it does come in the diamond variety, so plenty of house for Yoko That's not one of them, though. This is just such a different brand of poker than some of the roller coaster rides we were lucky enough to witness yesterday. Mostly determined by the fact that we've started out plenty deep, which is what an event of this prestige deserves. And we've gotten away from the pair of eights. Well done by Yoko. Did quickly check the stats on the high roller bounty event I was mentioning. The one David Peters was essentially the winner is in. And I say that because I just checked the stats on how many bounties he collected, Selena. 5 out of the 20 players eliminated by Peters, amounting to a 12,500 bounty total. Not to mention the payout itself. So Peters truly coming in hot to this event.
Always a good start to the series when you can just come off the plane, jump into a tournament, and cash for second place. George is still leading the pack, sitting comfortably on 350 big blinds. Very deep right now, everyone is. And everyone has plates and plates of food.
Personally, I'd be worried about, maybe the food coma that comes with some of the delicious offerings here, but I suppose when you have years and years of experience at these stakes, it's a non-issue. And speaking of Zhou Chuan's stack, he's also a very accomplished cash game player, so certainly has a bit of advantage at this stage of the tournament. Premium on the button. Price of poker goes up. Big ask. Nearly 9 bigs.
It's a big raise. Peters ain't going to stick around with his king 9.
Hovering not too far from starting stack. Not too much to worry about. So last year at TLPT, Selena, did you see a huge difference in playing styles between the circuit events and the high roller events? I do know we had a lot more coverage of some of the high rollers as well. Steven Song, of course, emerging sort of the story of the festival.
Yeah, I remember it was a pretty big event last year. A little bit less people than last year, I think, at the moment. What is on Martin's face? He's got like a black patch on the side of his face. Did you see it?
I'll take another look, but
Yeah.
these days, you just don't know what neuroscientific products poker players are using. We're not big on testing. Performance enhancing patches are allowed.
Oh, look at that. Big blind special for David Peters with the Jack 7 hitting 2 pairs on this board versus 10s and Ace Queen. Do we have a newcomer? Oh. We do. I think that's, I believe that's Zhao Dong is his name, if I'm not mistaken. The second Chinese player on this table, actually. They have 2 Japanese players. Oh no, Chen Dong, I think is his name, right? We'll see that shortly.
Quick catch up as he mics up with his fellow countrymen. The relative silence and intensity on the table is indicative of perhaps how these players approach an event of this buy-in and, more importantly, this caliber of competitors. Super focused, just going one hand to another, focusing on each spot, taking it as it comes.
It looks like Georgia has a basket of those kimchi dumplings.
I do like those kimchi dumplings. But I
Yeah.
feel like they might have a nicer high roller version.
I've had it twice now since you recommended it to me.
They're just, nicely balanced. Not gonna leave you struggling.
I like that
That
dumpling
wise.
skin a lot, actually. It's nice and chewy. Great texture.
I know you're a bit of a foodie,
Yeah.
but do you also cook? Because
I do.
people
I
who cook
cook
notice
a lot.
ingredients a lot
Yes,
more. Yeah.
yes. Because to me, if you know anything about cooking, it's kind of like a science experiment. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then things has to make sense. So Randy's just hopeless in that department. So I do a lot of the cooking, and I cook all different types of cuisines too. And when we're at home, I actually try to cook a lot because that's the best way. I feel like we're gonna be eating healthy.
Absolutely. That's really cool. So dare I ask, you cook a lot of cuisines. Ever ventured into the Indian side of the equation?
Yeah, butter chicken.
Very nice.
But I don't know if that's authentic, really.
It is, surprisingly.
Is
it's
it?
It's not Indian home food, per
Okay.
se, but it's like the classic. If you're eating Indian food in a restaurant in India itself, it's
is
still
that
quite
right?
common. Yeah.
Okay.
What's not common is chicken tikka masala. That's not a thing.
Chicken tikka masala.
That's a made-up UK/US
Yeah.
entree, but butter chicken is, every Indian I know has to have butter chicken once every couple of months at least,
Yeah, the actually best butter chicken I've ever had was in a city called Taronga, New Zealand, surprisingly.
Okay.
And it was just something they did, or the type of tomato they actually used. It was just so flavorful and sweet. And it just took that butter chicken to another level. And it was just delicious.
So I'm from New Delhi, which is the birthplace of butter chicken, and there's a few restaurants that claim to be where butter chicken was invented. So whenever you make your way down to Delhi, we'll go try them all,
Yeah, sounds good.
compare.
So does it ever get cooked with other types of protein, or is it just chicken usually?
No, you're not really supposed to. But are you familiar with paneer, which is basically cottage cheese?
Okay, right. It's
Yeah, so-
like the kind of, is it more kind of almost the vegetarian version of it?
Yeah, so it's what vegetarians, which India is full of.
Yeah.
That's their version of it.
So here we actually have both players with top pair, Jack Kicker for Mate Selek, betting 15k.
We're squeezing in some value, and we're likely to get some considering the queen has been under-repped in position. Not the greatest board, but the big blind will also bluff using this board, so we do have to call it off. Get the bad news, we're pipped. Next best hand will take away a nearly 25k from our stack. Sutla down to 182. Did we just spot a high roller entrant there, Selena, or am I being too hopeful?
Shwan? I think she is walking to the table, maybe, at the moment, on a 30-minute delay. I do think that when it comes to the high rollers, it just takes them a lot of time to get,
Yeah, pretty standard.
get down here and start playing.
I'll tell you one move I've seen. We discussed max late dredging on some previous stream, and it's a big part of the strategy for a lot of grinders because it's about their return on time as well. But what they'll do is that they'll come and register on the very last hand of the day
Okay.
so that they get the extra time banks going into the next day.
Oh.
It's actually increasingly common.
Oh, that is so interesting. Wow, we actually might have to break it down into 2 tables soon if more players arrive.
No name yet, just seat 5. We'll update shortly. So were you big on time banks?
Because I think I started from online, my decision making usually is pretty fast, so I don't really work through them.
Let me paint a scenario. 5k tournament, final 2 tables, 30 seconds per decision, time bank gives you 1 extra minute, and you have 20 big blinds. How much are you willing to pay for a time bank in that spot? Is it over or under $100? Did I set a good line? Is it a good decision at least? Or is it easy?
High rollers, right?
Yeah, 5k, you know.
5k?
Final 2 tables.
Yeah.
Big money up top. So you're not snap calling or snap folding at 100. So at least I set a good line. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm calling it 100.
You're not calling it 100.
I don't think so.
Not worth $100 to get 1 extra minute.
No,
You do play fast.
Yeah, I do. I really actually do. So it's usually because, I'm already thinking about what to do when the other person is taking their time to act, right? I also think prior to that particular shoot what I'm going to do as well. So, yeah, if I'm buying the time bank just to Hollywood, maybe that's the only thing I can think of.
Well, not to be too cheesy, but Sutla played fast as well. Arguably at the wrong time, floated the King 8 of diamonds on the 5-4-3-1 diamond board against the check raise of the flop wheel. And now, one of the spiciest cards in the deck, the 6 of diamonds. Not only does it give Sutla a world of outs that, frankly, came out of nowhere, it also makes Shinohara's hand all of a sudden quite weak. This is almost a bluff now in the sense that on the 3, 4, 5, 6, you're actually repping a stronger part of the board than just the deuce, considering you should have all the 7s. Sutla now getting the right odds to see the river. If it comes a diamond or a 7, could put a hurt on Shinohara. Instead, it's a 3. So our opponent check raised on 5, 4, 3, continued on the 6. I don't know that Sutla ever thinks his hand is good. So if Shinohara can find a check, I wonder if Sutla would bluff at it. Looks like we're block betting and not checking. 15k into 62.5. Looking to entice the overpairs that might convince themselves that they're ahead of 5-4, 6-5 and the like. You know, Sutla did really float quite quickly, so kind of brings into question, is this just, you know, the hand playing itself for him? Is he always floating this combo in particular, you know, with all the backdoors possible? King 8 of diamonds is really taking a stand there. Mind you, he's put in a time bank, and to the extent he values them at any amount, not just $100, should mean he's actually considering a move, but decides against it. Just the blocker to the nut straight, but the board is paired now.
Do you know much about Shinohara Hiko?
I did look him up. Did have well over 300k on his hand and mob.
Okay.
Quite a regular at a lot of Asian main events. The 300k has come over the course of mainly 2-3 years or so, but I should point out, just like Yoko, with Japanese players, it's always tough to rely on hand and mob. Japanese tournaments not reported on hand and mob usually. Still quite a good run he's having off late. Give or take 200k in the last year or so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play any high roller, play the ones in Asia, because you're going to get a much softer field.
Now, you promised this in the main event, but as we discussed, everybody was just going at it. It was very impressive to see the quality of poker. So I don't know. I'm going to call you out if we don't live up to this soft field. When we say soft, we of course don't mean truly soft, but we want to see some erratic moves, you know, maybe some non-standard plays, what the studied players might call mistakes. Keeps the stream more interesting for sure.
We have the mystery player's name now. His name is Wang Jiahao. 3 betting his ace queen to 12k now. Both play a call. 3 players do this flop. Ace queen has the best of it by far. Wang Jiahao is in the big blind. As a pre-flop aggressor, he's gonna see bet 12k. Same stack size as he made at pre-flop. That's what happens when you have too many big blinds, right? Kind of feel like everybody's range is, you know, a little bit on the looser end, but with a gut shot, yes, he's going to look one up.
Yeah, you start convincing yourself of infinite implied odds. In this case, the gut shot would truly look quite sneaky to the extent of fork game. Board was rainbow, some backdoors as well. And we're in position, so it's a bit of a float as well. And kind of a great check by Wang. On a board like Ace-7 deuce, he's opting for pot control against some true coolers like sets, but more so maybe giving his opponent some rope. After all, what did you call with on the flop that you wouldn't want to bet in position? On the brick turn there, 9 of clubs. Still a rainbow board, and it's all worked out. The 5 high goes for it. Very impressive.
40k is the asking price right now. Definitely not a cheap turn bet.
This has just worked out great. Wang has just extracted with that check. Nothing to do with check call here. The board continues to be rainbow. Not really afraid of any river, really. As it turns out, the only danger would come from a 4. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and there it is.
Are you kidding me? Drills it after bluffing to the tune of 40k. Quite impressive to see. Not much of a reaction apart from a quick look down at his stack. Which is kind of a reverse style, isn't it? Usually when you look down, it showcases strength. In this case, that would be too obvious. But in this case, it is strength. So I would argue that's a lot of balance.
Yeah, he must be very giddy inside and just try to figure out how much he could get his opponent to pay off here.
Well, if you could see Wang's cards, he'd go pretty big. That being said, what bluffs can you rep now? 4-3, 5-4 in particular, I suppose. It's been snap called. You don't even get the chance to cut to Wang Jiehao, as he does understandably grimace. And the bet size was 152.
Oh, wow. We might have to see this player either bust up the tournament or head to the registration desk soon. 20 big blinds left. That was a massive bet on the river, and it's really... I mean, the funny thing is, when the opponent calls so fast, you're just like, why didn't I just shove all in and take him for his last 20 bigs?
Yeah, but 30k behind, I mean, he extracted so much there. It is quite standard to go quite big when you get to the river there with the unexpected hand. But on a board as dry as that, I'm actually surprised he chose that sizing.
Yeah, for sure.
But he sort of played the player, right? Like, just understood that if his opponent does have those ace-king, ace-queen hands played quite trickily, which I was commending Wang for on the turn, they're just going to pay it off, and he was so right. It is one of those instances where I'm not a big fan of the snap call. I think a decision for 150k at this stage does deserve some thinking time.
Yeah, like at least one time bank, right? Yeah, a high roller especially. But yeah, I guess, for Chen Dong, he realized that there was going to be a lot of good implied odds if he does hit his card. There's possible backdoor spades for him to continue with.
Yeah, I guess he was right. That call on the flop doesn't look too shabby now, does it?
Great investment. We see David Peters here with the goods. Kings, 3-betting into 12.5. Zhou Chuan was the initial raiser with that 9-8 of diamonds. A lot of post-flop play just because everybody's so deep.
Yeah, note how big we're going, Selena, with the 3 bets, considering how deep we are to begin with. Mind you, trouble being spelled with the 9-3-4 board. It's these kind of minor adjustments that signal the world of experience that David Peters comes in with. I believe he made it 4x, which is just not standard on most of the feature tables, certainly not final tables that we'll watch. but we're just so deep. Wants to
Yeah.
put in more money with the pocket kings, and he'll be balanced when he's doing that with, the ace-5 suited and such.
Definitely. I do find the players at early stages also call a lot more, like, a lot more big blinds as well. So even if you go 4x, and because it's relative to their stack, they do still, go to the flop.
Case in point, 9-8 suited came along, certainly will come along on the flop as well as expected. We've gone check call. We've seen another card now, the Deuce of Hearts, undercard to our pair of nines. And it's at this stage that when David does fire, and I do expect him to fire, considering it's a +2 open, he shouldn't be too worried about the deuce or the wheel. It's at this stage that Joe really needs to look his man in the eye and decide, am I being bluffed by the overcards? Oh my word, we've hit the 9 on the river. Mind you, we did see a check behind unexpectedly from Peter, so pot control being displayed, certain bit of deception as well, and now the pot control is going to be in his favor because Joe has made trip 9s.
Man, that river card has helped both Chinese players on this table to hit that card that they're looking for. Zhou Quan is going to bet out 48k. Oh, can't really see Peter's folding. Can you? No.
I mean, that's basically
Ouch.
a bad fold if you let the kings go against somebody as skilled as Zhou Chuan. So he takes it with the resilience that you build over the course of a 20-year career and $50 million in earnings. Doesn't really react. Coming back to the turn spot there, I really was expecting another bet because you're actually uncapped. You're the one who can have the ace-5 suited of the world. So you really shouldn't be getting raised ever. And as a result, he did not go for the double barrel. The pot control going against him. Not sure if Joe would have come along or not, but does cost David a pretty penny. Back-to-back upsets. Wonder if it's more painful on a high roller. Or are these sickos just used to it? Eight is a fun card. Top pair for Yoko. Double gut shot for Sutla. We're semi-bluffing.
She's gone for a raise. It's to 7k. Now, gonna make it cheap for the opponent, just in case they're on some kind of draw here. Check, check.
Yeah, one of the point of those raises, I should say, is that you can just get to showdown. Check, check on the river. Blind versus blind. Going for thin value there didn't seem like the move. Board seemed too connected. Jo Kwon with that upset with the 9-8 remains top of the chip count. Yeah, so coming back to those bad beats, how long would you say it took you, Selena, to become desensitized? Or Or did you ever get desensitized to the bad beats of multi-table tournament poker?
Oh, for sure. Like I said, I think there was one time I think I lost aces like 9 times in a row, just tournament after tournament. And these are all in pre-flop hands too. And yeah, like, you know, especially as an ambassador of the game, you can't really react the way that you're feeling inside at times. You know, you still have to take it graciously and, you know, smile and, yeah, get on with the next hand.
Yeah, I don't see you having a meltdown
No.
on the tables.
Looks like we're balancing the tables out just because there's more entrants in this tournament now. So I believe we're going to be 5-handed on this table.
But did you ever show a reaction? Did you ever have a moment where you couldn't control yourself? I'm thinking famously to Daniel Negreanu, who ends up vlogging his entire World Series of Poker journey. And he did break his camera once, or at least his camera stand when he threw it on the table.
Yeah, I think that it's just more like praying that like my hands hold or something in those really crucial spots. Usually the final hand of, say, possibly winning like a trophy. Those would definitely come to mind. You know, that's where the emotions definitely kick in. Yeah, because especially the 2 red dragons, like I wanted it so bad. It was just something I worked hard for. And when we started as Team Asia, at the time it was like we were actually not allowed to be called Team Pros yet. It was kind of like we were apprentices, right? So I think it was called like the team was called Team Tour Asia rather than Team Pros. And then as you know, you start doing well, and then you have scores to your name. That's where you kind of graduate to the Team Pro status.
So you felt like you had something to prove?
Oh, definitely. Okay, I guess that's also tough as a, you know, female in the game as well. You just kind of feel like, yeah, like, you know, with so many male poker players out there, they're always going to think the females players are going to be more, you know, not as challenging on the table versus the male counterparts. But yeah, like, I think I held my own pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, that is now certainly an outdated opinion. Arguably was in your era already, but just take a look at what we witnessed yesterday.
Yeah.
Shueji Wen showing the boys how it's done. Maybe one of the most aggressive players at the table. And I think fair to say that the whole table had to adjust to her.
Definitely.
You know, she was just the constant table captain,
yeah,
whether she had the biggest stack or not.
Correct. She had a lot of pots that she was involved in. She had a lot of hands that she could play as well, right? She just kept getting involved. And she's not just the first female winner of the series in an open event. She's the 3rd, right? So you think about how many females is on each table, right? And the ratio of that. And then you think about how many events is in this series. And the fact that 3 of the champions have been female, with the main event being the female.
They're outperforming, for sure. And the marquee events, too. The Mystery Bounty, Xiaoyan. Of course, the main event, 220K for Shui. What a fun twist to the TLPT series this time.
Yeah, she's only 22.
No way.
Uh-huh.
That is awesome. What a start to her career. I kept saying we might be creating career hairs. And I will say that that kind of does explain ever so slightly some of the moves she was making.
Right,
you know,
but what about those reactions, right?
That too.
You know, when the cards are flipped over and she's like standing up and she's hopping up and down, she's clapping her hands.
But you know what? In a way, I'm actually even more impressed by the lack of reactions on the table apart from when she was all in. So she was, I did hear from some of the live reporters who covered her on the outer tables, certainly had a propensity to scream in delight and maybe call for cards during the all-ins. But we saw her for the rest of the final table. She was pretty stoic. I mean, I would have thought she had years of experience.
Yeah, for sure. She says that she's, played cash games for about 4 years.
And that does make sense. Certainly had some chops that do align with poker experience, not necessarily tournament experience. I really believe she's going to be someone to look out for on the tournament circuit in general. We do keep saying anyone can be a star, right?
Yeah.
I do believe a star was born yesterday. I just wanted to get down here and register. I want these players to get a taste of the playing style that we witnessed.
I did ask her whether or not she's going to take a stab, and she said she might. So, there's a chance.
Well, she wins a ticket to the event, along with being the winner, right?
She does?
I believe so.
Does she know that?
Unless I'm mistaken with some of the mechanics of our high roller giveaways.
Okay.
I thought the main event winner was Locke.
Oh. Because I thought you read to me there was 2 tickets being drawn for the players still left in day 2.
Yeah, so I heard 3 tickets total, 1 to the winner and 2 drawn.
Oh, wow. Okay. There you go. So we might actually see Xue Jiawen join us at some point in this tournament. She'd like to be called Vivi, actually.
She'd like to be called what again?
Vivi.
Vivi.
Yeah, that's her name, she says. So she asked me to introduce her as Vivi.
Well, that's cool. Wish we'd known that yesterday, but certainly if she joins us today, that is what we'll do.
Ace-9, small blind, David Peters versus a short stack. He is going to put it in for his final 30k. 15 bigs.
This could be it for this bullet. 64% of the time, Wang is hopefully coming in for the rebuy. But for now, can't help but root for the short stack. Did get crushed against that 5-3. Now needs to come from behind. 60k in the middle. Deuce right in the window. That's got to be a pleasant sight, but ways to go. Needs to dodge now. 9-10 or an 8, and does indeed double up. Got a feel for Peters as well. Was on the wrong end of the Kings versus 9-8 situation. There we see at 5-5 now at this high roller main. Lines are up 1k, 2k, 50-minute levels, I believe, and that amounts to an astounding 300 bigs for the chip leader in the tournament, Shou Quan. We'll open King Queen. Sean likely uniquely comfortable at this stack depth. Can start wielding his stack despite us being in the early stages of this tournament. Against anybody who he feels might not have the same level of experience, the same number of reps, over 100 big blinds deep. Meanwhile, it swung with a decision. Pocket threes, 31 bigs. Did just double up. Puts in all his time banks. feel like he's prepping for a fold in the small blind. Or maybe a huge jam. Certainly giving away some info, which makes me feel like he's leaning fold. Because now it's quite tough for him to have absolute topper range. Even something like ace-king maybe wouldn't need to do this much math for the decision, but to my utter surprise, not only does he take the time banks back and hit call, his hand is no doubt a bit face up. And Yoko comes along, so we're 3 ways to a flop. Quite an interesting situation with Wang there. Should mention that he's coming fresh of a 3rd place finish. He cashed for nearly a million Korean won. That's 6,500 USD. Ace 4-4 has been c-bet by Zhou Xuan. And now the pocket threes. Still call. That's a decently sized bet to come along for with the pocket threes. So now Yoko confused. How good is her ace? But seems way too early to release. The c-bet will come from the entire range, more or less. Yeah, don't think she's in the mood to release. She's grabbed chips. And just like we saw in the Jack-8 hand, she wants to know where she's at.
Wow, professionalist.
Wait, who did I just hear? Slightly needling her and calling her a professional. I suppose... Oh, there we see it. I believe it'd be Chen Dong.
Yeah, I actually saw that she's been registering for a lot of the 50Ks, 100Ks even at the Triton series.
New entrant to the table. Speaking of women at TLPT. An old friend of yours, Selena.
Yeah. We probably started... I mean, she started as a cash game player. I was a tournament player. And yeah, we've been to a lot of tours at the same time in the past. And we actually worked together on a lot of WPT streams for commentary, actually, in Chinese.
I'm guessing she still identifies mainly as a cash game player.
I think so. And I think that is still the format that she most frequently plays.
But no stranger to the tournament streets. 3.4 million now on her hand and mob.
David Peters with a set of nines here. And Chen Dong has his up-down straight draw. Plenty of equity to see another card, especially facing only a 3K flop bet.
That 4 might just keep Chen interested. Because this time I'm quite confident that David will fire again and try to build a pot. And now the pair plus straight draw. Although it is a board with 3 spades on it, feels like it might be worth considering, but Chen coming to a great decision. Yeah, so looking through Sean's hand and mob there. Resident of Canada. And I believe spends a lot of time in Las Vegas and the US in general.
Yeah, I think she's actually moved there from Canada as of the last few years.
Yeah, that makes sense. Certainly pretty common to see her on cash game streams, as you were mentioning. Don't believe she's played much in Asia over the last decade or so, and certainly not when it comes to tournaments, so good to see her still coming out here.
Yeah, there's just so much poker everywhere that you have so much options to choose from. You really don't need to go that far.
I understand not wanting to fly across the world. But still happy to have her. Should be coming in with a fresh stack, I believe, since we did see her register 30 minutes ago. Yeah, there we see it. I do believe her name is Xuan, but is her actual name Xuan?
Yeah, so I believe her passport name is Liu Xuan. And all the display names, they actually enter it as their passport names.
Yeah, that's right. Did come across somebody we had on our feature, Julie, who we...
Oh, Marie and Julie.
That's right.
Marriott.
So Anne Julie is actually, and I could tell just by reading it, it's actually an Indian name.
Oh.
It's most commonly just written as Anjali.
Oh, is that right?
And did see her on the floor, and she actually did tell me that it is an Indian name, but she did say she goes by Julie. So I'm glad we caught on to that, and glad we didn't get it wrong. I mean,
okay,
it was a bit of a punt on our side to just look up the Hendon mob and go with that, but yeah.
So is that like a part of her background?
I couldn't tell. She didn't mention that aspect of it, but it's not purely Indian as well, so I didn't dig too deep into it in terms of how come she had that given name, but said that everybody calls her Julie. Believe she lives in Las Vegas. Or rather, lives in New York City, she said, and visits Las Vegas option. Quite familiar with a lot of the high rollers. Has been participating in events across the whole festival. And did cash the main, considering we saw her on the feature on day 2. Well, actually having Xuan and Yoko next to each other is exciting. Individually, both the only women to win Triton titles. Although I will say Kristen Foxen very recently came quite close. So, the story of women in the tournament streets continuing at TLPT and across the world, Selena.
Yeah, the amazing results they've had, a lot of success, and the women that we are talking about, like they're putting the work, they're putting the hours, playing. It comes a lot from experience, and I'm pretty sure that Kristen Foxen, she used to be I think, if I'm not mistaken, a supernova grinder on Six Max on Poker Stars. So she's actually very accomplished.
Yeah, for those not familiar, that means give or take 1 million hands playing cash.
Exactly, yeah.
Did the Supernovas have like a little club, a little Facebook group of their own? Did Randy, Kristen, and the other sickos drive around in the free cars they used to get by being Supernova?
Yeah.
Have an annual meetup?
Right. No, I don't think that was in play. But
did Randy get his Ferrari ever?
No, I think they just convert it into like maybe dollars for him. I just don't
Boring.
know. Yeah, I just don't know how he prefers Teslas anyway. I just don't know how a car, in terms of like taxes in US or anything of that kind of stuff, would work.
I feel like I remember the Ferrari, but I also remember it because of this Italian player who was also Supernova. He used to be in high stakes poker and the like. So all of a sudden, I'm connecting this for the first time. Of course, if you're Italian and you reach Supernova and you get the option, you get the
take
Ferrari.
the car.
You're
Right,
Italian.
right,
You got to take the
right.
Ferrari.
Yeah, because there's a good chance if you choose to take the car, the American government might ask you to pay 40% of it.
Make that 50, by the way.
Okay,
And
there you go. So yeah, I'm pretty sure like when it comes to like any lottery winnings, blackjack winnings, whatever the price you win, they try to take half of it, right?
yeah, I mean, they figure if you can afford a Ferrari, you can afford 1.5 Ferraris. So you know that famous moment in the Oprah Winfrey show, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car?
Is that right?
It was one of those early viral TV moments where everybody who came to Oprah Winfrey's show,
Yeah, got
they
a
used to
car.
give small giveaways,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
the
yeah.
most famous version of it is that she just comes on and the giveaway for the day is going to be the biggest ever, which is going to be a car. And then she just kind of goes crazy. You get a car, you get a car. And obviously, the crowd's going wild. And then some boring person afterwards like, well, they will owe approximately $15,000 in taxes, so technically it's a bit of a burden as well.
Right, so you're saying that they can't afford to accept this car for some people.
Yeah, well, you can get the car, sell the car, pay the taxes. It's still a massive, massive win. In the early days of Indian poker, one online operator wanted to distinguish themselves, and the way they did that is by offering to pay taxes for any winnings on their platform.
Oh.
And I shipped a huge tournament. Man, it felt good.
Nice.
I couldn't believe it, actually.
Yeah.
I did not think they'd live up to their word. We'll wait for some info on who amongst the participants so far are the qualifiers. Haven't had the chance to mention much about the player on the screen yet. Tong Chen, one of China's best, 4 million lifetime earnings. Frequents Jeju, as you might imagine, but also Las Vegas.
Zhou Chuan hijack makes it 5K to go. David Peters, just a call on the cutoff. Then Xuan will call with the 5-3 of clubs. Oh, look at that flop for her.
Just the nuts. Good pot control. Peters once again displaying the value of pot control. Comes a queen. Chuan might just want to stab at it. That being said, four-handed. It is quite possible that players with aces are not betting, which indeed was the case. And now surely Peters will try to take a bite. Will be up against the 100% hand, barring the 9-5 suited that has the 3% of the chop. So that's 6.5k into Xuan's stack. How much can we make it? How can we extract? Although it felt like we were strong enough to just call, considering a rainbow board, Xuan wants to take control of the spot. Not let Peters check behind. Even a hand as weak as a queen, maybe a weak ace. Really tough to imagine check raises here coming from hands without some equity. So ace-jack does call in position and will want to evaluate. Comes a deuce, which slightly improves Peter's kicker. Aces and deuces with the queen now. Mind you, the ace-jack was just a bluff catcher against a check raise on the turn. Now it's going to feel even more so of a bluff catcher, with most aces chopping. We've
She
gone
sized it big.
yeah, the 3 oranges.
35k. Is David Peters going to pay this off here?
Don't forget, she came along from the small blind and 5-3 suited, even suited. It's not that common from the small blind. So what are we repping? First off, what are the bluffs? And I suppose to the extent she's balanced, it's pocket 3s, pocket 5s. Is there anything else? You're just check raising on the turn, trying to get maybe the slightly capped range of Peters to lay it down. She sized it up precisely to take away any doubt about weak aces that Peters is chopping against. Even hands as strong as ace-king might not go this big. So it's air or nothing. Or pardon me, it's nuts or air, I should say. This is quite tense.
Oh, he is calling.
Goodness gracious. What a way to kick off this tournament. For Schwan, she gets paid off. Flops the nuts, check raises the turn, bombs the river. And Peters giving her all the credit in the world for being capable enough of finding bluffs there. He's understandably slightly disgusted. Don't see how that could have gone any better.
应该到截止的时候还是会加嘛，到截止买入的时候。价级别了那种。啊，对对对。
Schwan going with a raise on the button. 7-5 off. Sasaki Yoko, ace-9 of clubs. 3 bets it to 12k.
50分钟。还行，跟传奇差不多。传奇也是这样。他跟传奇一样的，筹码给的一样，芒果也一样。那你是晚上了？不是，你第一个级别上有10个还是12个？10个，12个，你可能上的晚，才6个。它随着时间的推移，级别的呢，它越给越少，这样子。现在也是，我们现在只有8个嘛，他们高上有12个，我们只有8个。
Oh, okay, so they're talking about time bank chips you get depending on when you sit down at the table. So Zhou Quan, for example, because he sat down at the very beginning of the tournament, gets 12. Chen Dong, who came in maybe like a couple levels later, gets 8. And then when Schwan sat down, she only got 6.
Interesting. Nice little incentive to reg early. So again, this would be immaterial to you, you think? No decision making based on time banks?
Yeah, but that's also probably my downfall because I don't think things through very well.
It is always funny that online players who are capable of playing, I've seen up to 20 tables, especially on a Sunday,
Yeah.
making snap decisions,
Yeah.
often for hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
are the biggest tankers when they play live. They just love making the most of all the extra time.
Wang Jiahao still sitting on 22 bigs. We'll try to look to double up on this table. Sasaki Yoko here. King Queen on the cutoff. Gonna make it 4.5. And Chen Dong Dilla button has the ace king. Three bets to 16k.
Not the worst board to continuation bet. Don't expect to be check raised too often. Certainly do get to represent the overpairs, and Yoko will be in a tough spot with hands that have some equity, such as the King Queen, Queen Jacks of the world. At the 10k C bet. Should expect a lot of hands to come along. I gotta say, I did not expect King Queen to be one of them, as we do see the Ace of Hearts come in on the turn. Simply because Yoko will have plenty of pocket pairs that will continue, other hands that will connect with the diamonds and maybe closer to the 10. So yeah, quite a loose peel, and now top pair, top kicker, King of Hearts as backdoor nut flush draw blocker as well. Goes about 40%. Even though we've picked up the gut shot, only one street to go. I don't know that King High is callable anymore, out of position. Yoko thinking about it. If she's thinking about taking a stand, it's not simply to try and draw to the jack. We'll be planning some sort of a move to give herself a chance to take down this pot. Not this time. So I can only assume we're 6 and 6 across the two tables. Gone from 6 players total to 12 so far. Somewhat confident that we don't have a qualifier in the mix, with the exception perhaps of Wang Jiahao.
Yeah, there's a chance he might be a qualifier. I did hear. Yeah, there was definitely two that was drawn, and it was won by just randoms in the field on day 2. And then if you say the winner gets it, yeah, we should at least see 3 of them in the field at some point.
Don't forget the satellites yesterday as well.
Oh, that's right.
Four,
Do you know how many seats were given away in that?
4 were guaranteed, and I do
okay.
believe 4 were given out.
Yep.
Don't know if you have a mechanism to abandon a ticket, in the form of a cash out or something, because some players do come in with, a fixed amount of leave or something like that. Might have a job to go back to, although it'd have to be quite a job to give up a 16,000
Oh, yeah.
ticket.
David Peters haven't had a very smooth sailing start to this tournament so far. Paid off Zhou Quan and Xuan. See him drop down to 48 big blinds right now. Wang Jiahao still a shorter stack on the table.
So we have graduated to the high roller portion of our coverage here, Selena. And we do excitingly get to see the high roller day 1 as we are seeing today. And cover it all the way to the winner, followed by the 25k high roller as well. Should be a different brand of poker than we've been seeing over the past week or so. Quite excited. Do end up learning a thing or two in the booth in these kind of events. So far I have learned that 5-3 is quite a playable hand. It just always makes the wheel.
Is that right?
I might be drawing the wrong lessons from a small sample size, but let's see. I want to see enough 5-3s not make the wheel, and then I'll adjust my learnings. Can't do much with the King 9 against the UTG Open. So we have number 5, I believe, on the China all-time money list. Zhou Xuan. Number 17, Chen Tong. Mentioned David Peters. 14 in the all-time money list. Forget any country. Shuanglu doing quite well. Canada's list is quite one to behold. She's at 34th place with 3.4 million. Can you guess number 1? Canada? It's a bit of a gimme. I'll give you a hint.
Oh. Wait, let me think. Canada. I'm just thinking. So Canadian. I mean, I know Kristen Foxon is Canadian, right? I know Mike Watson's Canadian.
Yeah, Mike Watson number 4, Kristen Foxon number 6. Great guesses. The hint is ex-colleague of yours, technically.
Technically. Oh, Daniel Negreanu.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
The cool 57 million for DNX.
Yeah, because I sometimes forget he's actually Canadian.
That's right. That's why it was a bit of a trick question.
Yeah.
Definitely putting you on the spot there. I'll tell you what's exciting is there's a certain Daniel on his heels, Daniel Dvorak, making his way up there, cross 50.
Oh, so he could actually catch up then, right? Because I don't think Negreanu goes to the Tritons like Dvorak does.
Yeah, Negreanu would have to ship a main at the World Series to keep up with at least the trajectory that Daniel Dvorak is on. And shout out to Sam Greenwood. I've really been enjoying some of the content he's been coming up with lately. A bit different from the regular poker content. A lot more Substack writing. He writes a newsletter called The Hand of the Day.
Oh.
and just breaks down either a cool poker hand or whatever is the most exciting hand in the poker world.
Oh, is that right?
You know, if a hand goes viral or something like that. And I've been in the booth for a couple when that happened. And immediately I started looking forward to what he would have to say about it. So
Oh, that's interesting.
Sam Greenwood, number 3, 39 million for him.
Zhou Chui, ace king of clubs, raising it to 5k. And Xuan here on the dealer button with king queen. Oh, looks like a lot of players in his hand.
Aces everywhere. Somehow Yoko has 18% equity. And look at that. The 6 does appear. 61% now. Technically top pair, top kicker, although on the 6 high board. Feels a bit weird to say. And this is the problem with peeling from the small blind with ace-6. You're never too comfortable, even if you flop a 6. Overpairs certainly possible. Can't really bet into 3 players to try and thin the field. But looks like Xuan is going to be doing the betting for Yoko.
She's going to set a price of 7k.
Guess the original pre-flop raiser to let the ace king suited go. Xuan out of the hand. Xuan is in pretty rough shape. It comes to 5. 4 to a straight on the board. Considering Xuan just won that huge pot, calling 5-3 suited from the small blind, I wonder if she's going to give credit to Yoko for having a range that can include those kind of hands which would connect hard with the board at the moment. That would make her shut down in this spot. But I don't think she's in shutdown mode. There's the double barrel. First one against 3 players. This time now just targeting Yoko Sasaki. She has to know that Yoko will have a hand with at least a pair in it. But unless you have a 7 or a deuce, are you comfortable continuing?
She is. She's going to call that 13k. And let's go to the river.
Oh, no way. Straight on the board. Yoko, disgusted no doubt. Just praying for his check back and the chop at this point. And how much do we want to press the issue if we're Xuan Liu? Are we bombing it? Because that's what it's going to take. Yes, we are.
She's going to overbet the pot by the looks of it. Almost 60k. And a quick call. Chop, chop. Can't say she didn't try.
The old college try. 3 streets.
你后边打了多少？打了5万。
球
chop.
We're chopping it up, and it's tough to say who deserved that pot more. Xuan for having the gumption to just go after it, multi-way first, Then the 3-street bluff, although on the 3rd street, I do think she was quite confident she wasn't up against the 7. On the other hand, credit to Yoko for just sticking around. Understanding where she was at, especially on the turn. Kind of got unlucky there with that deuce river, although tough to say what Sean would have done against a brick and whether Yoko would indeed have stuck around. Yoko had to make 2 difficult calls on the turn and the river there. The high roller special, each pot feels like it's its own unique challenge.
Looks like that chop pot wasn't divided properly. I think Xuan's saying she is short of 25k chips.
调监控，你可以叫他调监控。River should be how much? River should be how much? River. 对监控，调监控肯定你筹码肯定是少的，差不多，我觉得你应该30。
他合拍打了7万5。
哦，现在我。
Well, good thing we're on a stream table.
调监控吧，调监控。
It's wrong.
Should be easier to figure out.
Okay, check.
I think they might have to refer to the camera.
Okay. Let's do what it takes. It's only right. But as we do sort out that situation, I mean, that part's so instructive to me in terms of the difference between, let's just say, the main event and the high roller. It's not just about adding a 0 to the buy-in, is it? A lot of players early on in their careers just wish they had the bankroll and then they would certainly be competing at the highest levels, but it's a whole different style and brand of poker, and certainly the difficulty goes up with buy-ins.
Yeah, so we're actually going to enter a break time and work out this issue with the chopped pot, and probably have to refer back to the cameras for that. So looks like we might also be going on to a dinner break. So catch you guys back in about 45 minutes time.
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split. Rise, rise, eyes on the prize, eyes on the rise. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at their Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts of dollar. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One booming split, you could rise, rise under price, rise under line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone can be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One booming split, you could rise, rise under price, rise under line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts of the Lord. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts of the Lord. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。 名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that we right time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we right time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that we right time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Dealer's Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Dealer's Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Dealer's Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Dealer's Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Dealer's Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, that been unspoken, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been unspoken, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment is playing, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been unspoken, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been unspoken, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That been unspoken, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment is playing, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts of the Lord. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At the Lord spoke, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights.
Looks like we swapped. There you see, that's the thing I'm talking about on his face.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Really not sure about that one for Martin Sedlak as we do return from the dinner break. We have swapped to the other feature table, which means we do see Jesse Wigan on our table, returning from feature coverage in previous events. Shinhwa with us from the start of coverage.
Oh, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, has joined the field. Middle pair here for Shinohara. And Martin Sedlak here with the cut shot. And any king or queen is also an out for him here. Bets 10k.
Pink City. Just the nuts for Martin. How expensive do we make it? 36 in the middle. Looks like one chip. Have we announced the full amount of the 25k? Indeed we have. And middle pair gets away. So Selena, I'll give you exactly one guess as to what I might have eaten on my dinner break.
Kimchi dumplings?
That's right. And this time I blame you. You sort of re-inception them into my head.
Did you eat it with the side of veggie as well?
I switched it up to getting 2 eggs on the side. I've had a very sumptuous dinner because I'm prepared for the long haul, you know. Got some protein, carb loaded. I'm ready to go. All of this available at, of course, the world famous Shanghai Bund next to the casino. Anybody who has come down to the Leze Casino in Jeju, familiar no doubt. And you mentioned the high rollers are getting free food. Is it from the Bund, do you think?
Yeah, I think it is. You just order off the menu and then they just cook it up fresh for you and deliver it to the table.
Shinhwa comes along from the button. Once again, the weaker holding. Queen in the window, though. Domination, rotation. These two tangoing again. So I don't believe we've lost anyone. With Jungle Man joining, it should be 13 players total and 12 remaining, or maybe 13 or 14. We've actually check called with the ace king. Too much of a hand to let go just yet. Board becomes trickier. Check, check, and we're left with the nut no pair in Martin's shoes. I've come up with a fun way of saying ace high. You know, in the booth, we're always trying to come up with some
Nut no
copyright infringes. Nut no pair, I think, common enough. One of a kind. Confusing, isn't it? Because a
One
pair
of a
was
kind.
2 of a kind.
Yeah.
So if you just have ace high, you can show it down proudly, say 1 of a kind. Oh, we've actually bluffed at it with our 1 of a kind and been shown down the queen. The check on the turn. The pot control functions as a sort of a trap. Well done by Shinohara to extract over 30k in that pot. Takes him up to the 212 mark. Don't have the monster stack of Jochuan that we did have in the previous table.
I've got some tourists wandering through the poker room right now.
Did they Photoshop Yita in this picture or what?
This is a horrible picture, yeah.
Huh?
I sent it to him already.
AI.
Huh?
What is this?
That's
AI?
Yita.
AI? Didn't look like him.
You got it?
Wait, who are we mocking? I hope we get a zoom out. Jesse and Martin discussing how somebody's picture behind them is
With AI.
not ideal.
I don't know, like look like Photoshop.
It was too clean, right?
Yeah. They made him look better.
Oh, I hope we get to see who they're needling, saying that the photo looks like Photoshop and he doesn't look this good in real life. These two, once again, cutoff versus big blind this time. Both not feeling the need to bluff at it. Now the 7 on the river. He's gonna feel pretty comfortable. May as well be top pair on a board like this with no action thus far. Martin so far avoiding disaster by not firing. And we simply have to go for value. Only question is how much. If Martin's checking all the way, could have a pair of 4s that he did not block bet. Could have some ace highs. Could have some king highs that might pay this off, although seems a bit unlikely. Quick fold, it looks like. Oh, he went big. Note the sizing there. Shinhwa going for the full pot.
We have a player, Zhang Yu, has joined the table, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And Jungle Man makes his appearance.
What up, homies?
What up?
Did they put my chips here?
Yeah,
Why?
because you're in a TV table now.
Yeah, but I didn't get my chips. It's kind of bullshit, honestly. I didn't really ever sit down.
Now you did.
I mean,
Because you came before the break. Or like when
they
we
didn't
went
give
on
me
a break.
anything, dude.
Hmm?
They didn't give me anything. I never played a hand.
They gave you a starting stack now.
No, they didn't.
Right now.
They gave me it when I wasn't fucking here. Hey, I want to call the floor. Hey,
There we go.
so I was about to show my ticket to them, but no one ever gave me any chips before the break. And now they gave me chips while I'm not here.
Oh yeah, we'll put the chips in.
Well-
No, you were here and told me before the break.
Okay, well, no one gave me any chips before the break. I left the table. No one gave me any chips.
Oh, okay.
Ah, I see what you mean now. Yeah.
And now my chips are in play, and no one says a fucking thing to me.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they stick.
Yeah. So this is
His stack shouldn't run.
six more. Okay, I'll tell that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like, I still have this, for one thing. I don't know if I'm supposed to have this. But I didn't get any chips. I literally arrived.
Yeah. Now I see what you mean. I didn't.
It's
Yeah.
totally...
Okay, looks like the floor has come upon a solution.
Yeah, I didn't realize that your stack was running. Because you could literally be away like 30 minutes or more thinking your stack is not running, right?
Yeah.
Nine.
They're weird about
It looks
these
like Jesse
microphones.
Wigan has gone for a
They don't,
3-bet
come and
now
make
out
sure
of the
they're
big blind
installed.
with 7-5 of hearts, making it 9k.
I have that game, by the way. Duolingo.
Duolingo.
Yeah.
You're a team pro. Duolingo team pro.
Can I get sponsored by Duolingo?
Sorry about my floor.
We're copying all their stuff. Thank you.
Duolingo Team Pro
Kind of
is
copying, not really.
Huh?
well done there.
Yes, Duolingo this and says sorry, no English.
No.
That doesn't make sense. That's a bluff.
Hey, you need to practice more. He's probably getting the angry version. He must be angry at you.
My friend is present.
I see English. You were bluffing, huh?
That's such a good poker joke there by Sutla. I'm gonna use that. Next time I claim to use an app too much, I'm like a Uber Team Pro.
Uber Eats?
Uber Eats Team Pro, probably more appropriately. All right, the table filling out.
Is it
You
one
didn't
or
mention
1.5? Is it one?
the player joining us, Selena Zhang Yu. 62k on the Hendon Mob. Safe to say one of the qualifiers, which is always exciting. I mean, think about this spot Zhang is finding himself in. Seated amongst Jungle Man, Jesse Wigan, Martin Sedlak. This is the beauty of the TLPT on full display, as well as this amazing idea of having qualifiers using the incredible pool from the main event.
Oh Okay. Whatever you say.
Jungle seems to have come in slightly tilted. And maybe that's what the massage is for. Not to mention the floor has likely sorted out the issue. So on we go. There's Shang in the cutoff.
I know. You know that guy? you know who that is?
Not yet.
It could be you.
It could be.
Could be any of us. I think I should try linking him with Odd Oddson. I'm messing with Instagram. It would just be funny, even if it didn't work.
3x steal from the small. Oh, pardon me, more than 3x. We went to 9k, 3.5. Shout out to Jesse Wiggin. That is a strong bucket hat game. He's been watching the streams. He knows bucket hats mean good luck. And he's chip leading on the table. Just above starting stack, I believe. So our table is on the shorter side.
That's some good shit right there.
Huh?
I can feel
Look at his face massaged.
Magic shirt. It's a good
Not
hat.
the shirt, the massage on the head though.
Yeah. Massage is good too.
And we're cleaning. I believe. Are these where the
shirt I can take or leave.
sinuses are?
Huh?
The shirt.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that before.
You're trying to say you want the shirt?
$100. Try to sell everything. Showdown shirt.
And now it's all for 100. I think I bought it for like 500. I'd sell it for like 2,000. I think I bought it in Shenzhen.
So
I believe it. Did you hear him say his shirt is $500?
Yeah, I believe it.
What's that?
City.
Randy's into stuff like that.
$500 shirts?
Oh yeah, he bought a tie just recently from Dior. Like I think it was like 500.
You know, I do get that. From my finance days, I do get
The
the temptation for a
he's got
strong tie.
Burberry, like, you know, shirts that shows that lining.
It's still the stupidest money I ever spent, but buying expensive ties, especially when you're young and it just seems so out of line, was somehow just kind of fun.
Like, but at some point, you've just accumulated so much stuff.
Yeah.
You're just like, nah, like, what do I need all this for, right?
Yeah, you got to grow up and learn that lesson eventually.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, my daughter grows up and she can fit into my clothes, so I wouldn't feel so bad.
Is this the little bit of the Asian mom in you?
Yeah, it's just I won't feel so bad for accumulating so much
subtly
crap.
pushing her towards your level of fitness with your clothes as an incentive. That's awesome.
Is there another tournament being set up right now?
Yeah, there's a couple actually.
Okay.
Some side events as always, and one that honestly would have been a fun one to participate in, the PLO Turbo.
Oh, wait.
Kicks off at like 10 p.m. I believe. We're at about 9 p.m. local at the moment. As I scroll down the schedule, let's take a look. Today was meant to be the lighter day, sort of the recovery from the main event yesterday.
I love it.
Moving on to that high roller stage of the series, as I mentioned. So we had day 1B of the circuit closure event, which is a $600 buy-in. That's the last circuit event on the schedule. Going on at the moment, we'll culminate with day 2 tomorrow. Obviously, the main we're looking at, and the PLO Turbo I mentioned.
Can only be
Right, so maybe the PLO Turbo
also.
is what everybody's rocking up to play right.
Yeah, $750. Actually begins at 8 p.m. local, so looks like it's on already. It's PLO, it's Turbo, meaning 15-minute levels, so the action is guaranteed. Sort of the last chance to participate
That's how you do it, guys.
at the sub $1,000 level after this 3 days of the series to go, and we're talking about some serious events. You play the $16,000 main you're looking at all the way down to the winner, and then the 10,000 USD Superstar, and lastly a 25k 2-day high roller.
The steak looks pretty juicy.
do remember now that I saw Zhang Yu walk up to the registration desk with a bag of money before. Like it was literally like a brown bag of money.
Okay.
And there's a really good chance I think he just bought straight into this event.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not sleep time yet.
Let's just say whatever the registration was, it was a very small portion of that bag of money.
Wow.
Wait, what's the?
Maybe he's been,
It's 1,000.
you know, battling it out in the casino out there.
Word.
Did you say there was nothing to his hand him up? It was like...
If I have the right guy, I don't think so. Well, not nothing. Certainly 62,000, but it's come off 3 events.
Wait, it's Wang Yu, isn't it? Oh, Zhang Yu. Okay, yeah. So 60...
$60,000 in change, but it's come off mainly 3 events. Most recently, just a couple of months ago, a $33,000 score in Macau. Or is it Kotai?
Kotai is like the island in Macau.
Gotcha.
It's like, I think it's MGM that ran that tournament there. Oh, wow, okay.
Either way, we're coming in hot. Qualifier or not, he has his work cut out for him. I mean, just look at the sickos at this table.
Yeah,
Already?
very different to our main event feature tables.
Certainly. We're just going for it with the face, huh?
Yeah, I know. I've never seen massage like that before. Normally it's always like, you know, the back. Nobody's touching the face.
I'm kind of intrigued, not gonna lie.
Yeah, like intrigued what he asked for, right?
Yeah, might do some good. Some blood flow in the face. Probably
What kind of steak is that?
good for the skin.
Isn't it fatty? Oh.
Looks like Jungle's interested in that Shanghai Bun menu we were mentioning. Actually, pretty good steak.
I'm gonna lock in this session. I have no choice because my phones are taken away. And some live reads.
Jungle. Please keep the commentary coming.
You got any live reads, Rano?
Some.
Oh, really? It's bad news.
But only over myself.
That's a problem. That's a problem, man. But at least you know your own tells.
Yeah. I can project them onto you guys.
I guess. I can give off some tells. It would be nice to like move my ears or something, and like, oh shit! Look there, there's a tell. It's a tell.
I will do it next time with the value.
That's funny. You could actually do it. I don't know. I don't think I can do it.
These two are having a ball on the table. Rano and Jungle clearly go way back. Let's see if those live reads come into play for the 2 other players at the table. King, Queen, Ace, Jack. Jesse with a 92%. I do believe we can go for some value after the check with a hand as strong as King, Queen. Plenty of bluffs to represent, and the 9 may have doubled up, but it's so unlikely for Shinohara, not to mention we'll be c-betting every so often, so looks like Jesse knows where he's at. Going 11k. Quite a good fold. Losing the min.
There's once some mixed player who read Joe Navarro's Book of Tells, and he'd look at people's feet. And another guy knew that he was.
I know. I actually know that story. I know that story.
Oh, really?
Wasn't who's this American player?
So there's a mixed player who read the book, Joe Navarro's Book of Tells, and would look at people's feet to get a read. So but there's another player who knew that he was doing that somehow.
It's the guy with the blonde hair.
Ben?
Yeah.
Ben knew. So
yeah, exactly. Ben. Yeah.
He would point his feet away.
Yeah.
When he had value.
Yeah.
So the guy would look at his feet and then call him incorrectly. I don't know how he knew that though.
Yeah, I remember the story, but I can't recollect also like what was the. Maybe he had shared somehow or he. I don't know. Yeah. That was a good story though.
I don't know if that tell's accurate.
Selena, after all the discussion we've been having about reverse tells, we might have just heard about one of the best ones.
Have certain bad body language in some spots. So
if you know your opponent is looking at your feet to look for tells, but you've read the same book that he's getting that read from, just point your feet in the wrong direction or whatever he was doing, and
no, like the feet
collect
are
the
like
chips
facing away, like you're looking towards someone, but the feet are like angled way away or something.
Do you think that applies? I never thought about my feet. I've never paid attention to it. Is it something
like
you might
imagine
do
you're like sitting at a table and your feet are
I mean,
unless pointed away.
Unless we bother to look, I guess we can't really protest, right? Might just be true.
Sample size on that one.
Yeah, tell me about it. I don't know. I don't think most people work like that with their feet pointed away.
Sounds quite mystical to me. Wonder if there are massage tells.
Oh, Daniel Cates, middle name Lawrence.
Okay. Pretty regal.
Didn't know that.
I actually can't remember if I was telling you this story on stream or off stream, but a buddy once called me and said he was sitting next to a poker player by the name of Daniel, and clearly implied that he was visiting India at the time. This was in India, and this buddy has nothing to do with poker.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, I'm just driving him to his hotel. And I'm like, Daniel who? And he's like, I don't know, Daniel Katz, Kate, something. And I just ignored it. I didn't put it together because, you just think of him as Jungle Man.
Right.
And then afterwards, I'm like, wait just a second. Jungle Man? Was this guy Jungle Man? He's like, I don't know who Jungle Man is, but this guy was dressed in full blue paint, like the Na'vi from the movie Avatar. And immediately I was like, that's gotta be Jungle Man.
Yeah.
That's the most Jungle Man thing I've ever heard. Turns out he was attending a friend's wedding. Actually, my friend's wedding as well.
We should have just crashed the party.
Yeah, but he showed up as an avatar. What a move.
That flush draw has gotten there for Jesse Wiggins on that river.
Oh, Shinhwa bluffing into the second nuts. We mistimed this one. It's going to be the 7K donation. All good, we can afford it. So a bit more info here, but I believe we're doing 10 levels, 15 minutes apiece. Most of the players join around level 3, so I think they'll get in about 8 levels, 7 hours of play, give or take. We'll be playing deep into the night, which is how most of these high rollers like it. I promise you there's a reason this tournament is scheduled to start at 4:30. Certainly catering to the players and their preferences. Shortest stack is Rano, 42 bigs. No short stack really, but we're playing six-handed. Does tend to generate a lot of action, especially with the mentality these players seem to be bringing to the table. Every pot being fought out for. Still waiting to see some of the contenders from the qualification stages, perhaps Shuya Jiawen, show up. I really do think it's such a golden opportunity here at TLPT to play a tournament like this. It's actually something I can't claim to have done. Have you ever partaken in this sort of a low entry, small field high roller event? To the extent you're chasing high rollers that are slightly on the outside of your bankroll, you tend to be shot taking in big fields, right? Big chances of payday.
Yeah.
What might be your mindset going in, strategy wise, or even in terms of managing the intimidation factor?
Yeah, because I usually do look at it, the field quite closely because, when there is VIPs in the past that would come from like back row or whatever it might be and just kind of jump into these poker tournaments randomly, then yeah, I'm very much inclined to kind of go in because I remember there was like almost 60-player tournament high roller being run in Macau. And I think that they ran it as a promo where it was given to
100
VIP baccarat players as like just something they can enter from whatever points they've accumulated or something like that. And that was one of the best tournaments you're going to get. But because of these tournaments, it also attracts, a bunch of pros because they know just how soft this particular high roller is. Yeah, it's not bad, but at the same time, you are being, you do have to play a lot of hands with all the seasonal pros that come around as well. And, in this case, I guess I might be able to see one or two players that are not your seasonal pro, but I think everybody else is very much, does this for a living.
Which makes it quite a tough ask. I mean, playing 6 max, you have to be involved constantly. It's not full ring. These players are not afraid to bloat pots, not worried about the size of the buy-in. And as Jungle said, he's not allowed to use his phone on the feature table, so he needs to be dialed in. Well, his shortest stack is dialed in. He has the better hand to fold.
So with the levels of play, what time does it supposed to come to end today?
Close to 2 a.m.
2 a.m., but we did start late too, right?
Yeah, I think 10 levels is about 8 hours of play plus dinner breaks. And we started about 4:30. At least the clock started at 4:30. So I think it goes till about 2 a.m.
Okay.
Just stay strapped.
Yeah, it's
Why
being a
can't
little
I
bit
get
weird
ace
for
queen or
me
better?
because last night I couldn't get to sleep till 3:30, and that's just not like me, okay? And then what I think it comes down to is drinking coffee. I think I'm like the caffeine intake, because I'm not used to that. Normally, I don't drink anything past like 10 a.m. in the morning. And because we've been starting kind of around sometimes like 2, 3, and I've had a cup of coffee, oh my goodness, it was terrible. And then when I had to do the 4 trophy presentations this morning, it was at like 10:30. So it was probably the worst amount of like sleep I had gotten so far on this trip. Yeah. And I just didn't realize that today was the day we're just going to be in till like 2 a.m.
Certainly don't have a strong sense of when we stream till, but the players will certainly be battling. But as a bit of a caffeine expert myself, you'd think I'd have some advice, but I just go through so many days where I have coffee consistently.
Like your body, think is kind of immune to it a little bit. Like, does
bit.
it affect you the same way?
It certainly does affect your sleep, as you're saying, but you know, as long as you don't do it after like 3 p.m., at least medically, you know, it's out of your system by the time you crash. I'm also a bit of a late sleeper, so.
Well, they talk about the half-life of coffee. So apparently, like, you have 10 grams of caffeine, and then maybe after 8 hours, it might be like 5 in your body. And then after 12, there's still residual. So I think that's a problem that I'm having, where I'm so sensitive to caffeine, and my body's still totally feeling it like 12 hours later.
I do think about this a lot. It is basically a legal drug. It is really potent, and some maniacs like me start every day with a copious amount. Although I've heard it's okay, it's not too bad for you. But yeah, you're right about the half-life. I've heard 12 hours.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What's a safe bet for you?
Man, that's why I have to, even when it comes to tea, I tend to track down and find caffeine-free tea. That's how bad it is. Because I do remember there was one time, I think a friend of ours was just making tea and we're just having it after dinner, and I couldn't go to bed that day till like 5, 6 a.m. in the morning.
Do you feel a little old when something like this happens, when one cup of tea totally derails your night the next day? It's just a sign, right?
It's a horrible feeling because you feel so tired, but yet you can't fall asleep. It's almost like it's that kind of weird state between being awake and being asleep. Yeah, and it actually feels absolutely horrible. Like I feel so tired, and yet I can't sleep. You know, and I fell asleep and I woke up like at 6:30 thinking that I've slept however, you know, long already, and it wasn't the case, and I had to force myself to go back to sleep.
So what's the worst been on a poker table for you? Is this something that you were good at managing? Because I can certainly attest to the fact that this is something poker players really struggle with. Their usual schedules, especially if they play online as well, tend to be very late night oriented, and then if they make day twos or indeed want to play a tournament that has an early start, it's a huge challenge to get there on time. So how do you navigate that side of things while playing professionally?
Yeah, it's really tough. I think I remember like living in Asia especially, and if you were to grind the Sunday tournaments, it's like the toughest thing because they start at close to like something like midnight, and then when it really matters, it's like 9 a.m. in the morning, right? And you've done the long haul, and then the thing is, you know that annoying beeping sound, like that beeping sound where it's your turn to act and you haven't acted yet, and it just keeps beeping. Yeah, I'm falling asleep every time between the hands and get woken up by that beep.
By the sound?
Oh, it's the worst. And then after that experience, I literally said, I don't think I can. Doesn't matter. Like if I'm promised how much ever money, I'm not going to grind these Sunday tournaments again. I just couldn't. Yeah, it just was not worth it. It was the most horrible feeling in the world. I don't know. It looks like Jungle feels that way right now.
Yeah, the massage maybe relaxing him a bit too much.
Excuse me.
Looks like we want service.
He looks like he's falling asleep at the table.
Is he going for the steak? Let's see. Let's see if we can hear.
I like a Diet Coke, 2 Diet Cokes. Show me the menu. I know what I want. I'm the guy who knows what he wants.
But those lamb chops did look good though. I did not know they had lamb on the menu. Did you know that?
I did not.
This one here. Yeah. I'm gonna play my hand, guys. By folding, that's my style.
order, okay?
This time pocket
Let it go.
7.
Drink, let it go.
I'm waiting for Queen's plus.
Okay.
I mean,
We don't get to hear what he ordered because he is a man who knows what he wants and was able to point to it.
Queen's plus when I play.
But he did get 2 Diet Cokes, and I can speak from experience. Excellent suppliers of caffeine, Diet Cokes. Not too much, not too little. Very much under the legal limit. To expect him to energize up a bit once those arrive. What about the power move of ordering 2?
I think it's actually a fault. But
What
I'm not
about
sure.
what? Sorry. It's so tough when I have this in my ear. And
Yeah, we were wanting to listen to Jungle. I completely get it. I was saying he ordered 2 Diet
I was
Cokes
really about to put it in.
at the same time. That's like a power
All
move.
in, yeah. And then I folded.
he just knows that he's going to need it.
All options were at the table.
Oh, he does look
Right?
quite relaxed, I will say. That's a compliment to the
Randomized.
masseuse.
Can you break this, please? Gracias.
Who's still at it, mind you. Working the hands, I believe.
8.5 for short call. 10k I might have to jam. And 9 might be the fold. So well played. If you didn't have it. But I think you had it. I felt like you were really strong. I think Queen's plus.
Good read.
You had kings. Kings, pocket kings.
What about raise?
Huh?
85.
Raise, right?
Yeah. Could mean you got kings. You're playing Philharmonic
You could have had jacks as well, but I think jacks was like not worse than jacks.
10 just in.
Huh?
10 just in.
Maybe. No, it's just 10's different vibe.
You didn't look like a tens guy.
Yeah, it didn't look like a 10.
What about just King plus?
Yeah.
Jacks.
Queens.
With that hat, you look more
Jacks
like
plus,
a
Jacks
Jack
plus.
7 Yeah, Jacks guy, plus.
That's what I went with.
These chips are really something. These chips are gonna get me. That's gonna be my biggest weakness.
Yeah, they should put the value on both sides. Be much more fun.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. That's stupid. That's stupid, dude.
Mystery hand, and interesting to begin with because we've limped under the gun. I'm convinced limping is going to make a comeback in poker. Actually seeing it more and more. Fedor Holt's apparently employing it these days. Looks like Zhang Yu has gone to the same school. And meanwhile, as that remains a mystery, Shinohara wakes up with pocket tens. He's facing the limp and the ISO on the button. Pocket tens mighty strong in the small. Strong enough to effectively commit. Goes for the small 3-bet for the moment. I don't think he's folding to further action, but yeah, this is going to be a bit tricky because Zhang did not realize that there was a 3-bet. He wanted to call the 9K, and because he didn't mean to call, but he did put chips out, there's a strong chance he'll be held to his intention of calling.
10K in.
In these spots, usually the option given is to put in the calling for the intended amount and fold the hand for the rest.
Then 10k inside.
Yeah.
inside only.
On the 10, but then if you want
And then you decide.
Yeah.
If you want to call that 31, you call, but if you want to fold 10k.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard ruling in this spot, which is actually favorable to the player.
Nine
I'll explain shortly
only.
9.
after Zhang makes the decision. Yeah, it's actually 9K. So what are we deciding here? Yeah, looks like we're going to burn the 9K. So the dealer and the floor essentially saying,
Wait, what happened?
what you put into the pot will remain there, and you can choose, since you did it by mistake,
He didn't saw the raise.
to call the 31 or
Flip
not.
it.
So he called 9 and folded?
Yeah. He had to call.
Is that standard?
Sorry?
Is that standard?
In most series of standard, or you can forfeit the chips you put in and then decide. There's some special rules where you just put one chip or something at some series and they force you to call because one chip is
Is
always
it four?
called.
But you actually put in a
You
couple,
put in
yeah.
two. Every series has a little bit different rules, I think. This one is pretty clear.
Yeah, great clarification there by Martin as well. The intention needs to be taken into account, and this one was pretty clear because he put in 9K. Obviously, we could see on the cameras as well. He missed the raise. But interesting, if he'd put in just one chip, which is how some people do choose to call, then he would have been held to calling the 31K. Snap 3-bet from the small.
Queen's plus over here, guys. I got a queen. Queen's plus. Queen's plus, that's me. I also have a tell, by the way, guys. If I have something good, I do.
Wait,
because of the pressure.
What? The camera cut away right as he was
My
showing
tell.
us.
Yeah, we want to know the tell.
A rare miss from our production team.
Yeah, I gotta calm down the pressure.
It's not the worst tell. I've seen worse one.
What's the worst one?
I mean, I can't say. You guys might have it.
Huh?
I can't say. You guys might have that one as well.
Petition to have a separate jungle cam throughout, at least with the mood he's in. I do believe it's warranted. So now thinking back to that slight snafu involving Zhang Yu, his intention was to limp Jack 10 suited and then call against the ISO. Not quite common a strategy at these high rollers. Also the table would have noted how he was about to call against the ISO, but also his hand was not strong enough to call the 31K. Back to that in a moment because we have an overpair versus bottom two situation.
Oh, that's annoying for pocket nines here. Also, what happens if, you know, at times you don't re-raise out of the small blind, with pocket nines being pretty strong hand and letting the big blinding, and now it might mean that Zhang Yu is gonna lose a chunk of his stack.
Well, certainly now that we're down to one out in the form for 9. The boat with the dirty diaper for Martin Sedlak. We know how capable he is. Plenty of draws possible on the 5-3 deuce board. And the big blind every so often will represent this board. Doesn't need to have it. Quite a lot given away in terms of expressions by Zhang, and then he makes the call, the side call. Don't know about that strategically. In this field, giving away live info, it's going to get bounced on. How do you think Martin is interpreting the sigh and then the flicking in of the chip?
Yeah, he hope that he's got an ace 2 in his hand at this point.
Yeah, that is how he wants it to be. That's for sure.
Probably gonna be a card that actually saves Zhang Yu from paying off anymore. Not gonna stop Martin from betting again.
And Zhang just looks antsy.
Yeah, he seemed very uncomfortable being in this tournament at this table.
Okay. Yeah, just do this like anyway.
I kind of also feel like it's so different to the other tournaments we've seen where everybody spoke Chinese on the table. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
No, he essentially sitting there. He might not understand. It doesn't seem like he understand anything anyone's saying. Oh, he's got a buddy now.
There we go. I will say ordinarily, I'd be a little hesitant in assuming anybody was from China before I get confirmation. But in this case, considering we're at the TLPT, it does seem likely. So that's a Jeju bucket hat that Jesse's wearing, right? With the oranges.
Oh, with oranges, yeah.
Which means it's
That's
acquirable.
Cool. It's like a nice little souvenir. We've seen some little pretty cool stuff from that's special to Jeju.
And we need to get a photo with our Jeju sunglasses.
Ace Jack again.
That's the memento I'd like to take away from our time in the booth. We might actually get one of the many excellent professional photographers here to help us out. They did catch me in a candid moment. I was sort of stretching. You were away for one of the presentations, actually, and I take that moment to sort of stand up and get a little comfortable. And I just turn around, and I've just been candidly photographed. Ever since then, I just want to make sure I get a better one before we wrap up proceedings.
Good boy.
Unnecessary commentary.
2 clubs is favorable for Martin. Unlikely to get too much in the form of extraction from the Jack 5. In position with an ace on the board, though. Could be tempting. Yeah, it's tough to represent an ace in a limp pot when you're the big blind. Much easier for Martin to do the representation. You do see big blinds call the weakest aces, or rather limp, behind with the weakest aces, just so they can't be exploited too much on ace-high boards. Something like the ace-4, ace-5 comes to mind, ace-6 as well. And hands such as ace-2s, ace-3, where your opponent will have decent equity with 2 middling cards, you tend to still raise in position. Now we're firing with just the 5. Martin has the 5 and a world more of outs. He's definitely coming along. Could take the spot to semi-bluff as well, considering he's blocking the nut straight. There is the check raise semi-bluff. Gets it done.
That was a bluff.
Jungle onto it. Did you just call out Martin? Oh, so Selena. I do believe that the player sitting on the right of Zhang is not from China. Looks like we have a Vietnamese gentleman joining us. It's Nguyen Quang Minh.
Is that right? Triton player, is he?
Actually, I'm quite familiar by at least the name, although a lot of Vietnamese players certainly have the name Nguyen, as well as Quang, quite common. But yeah, most recently did participate in Triton 1. Over 430,000 in live earnings. Certainly has a look about him. Quite an intense presence at the
3K,
table. Must give him credit.
What? 6, meantime 6.
Whatever you say, dog.
I know he's kind of like golden. The glasses, the watch, and his shirt.
Yo!
Sutler here with the aces on the big blind. Will 3-bet to 25k.
Tell. That's a tell. It's a tell. Alright, I give up.
Just gonna win.
I thought maybe
The
you were gonna
money.
give me ears.
No one's gonna accompany him to a flop.
I need a tell like that. Some ear wiggling.
Jesse Wiggins chip leading this table. 112 big blinds.
Amazing.
Win, by the way, coming fresh off his largest ever score, first place in a 10K for $283,000 just last month.
Tried it?
APT apparently, so
High roller, is it?
yeah, the 10K high roller. Oh, pardon me, it's 2025 actually, sorry. Not too many tournaments.
Last year?
Yeah, looks like he's only been to a few series between now and then, but he had 283,000 in a 10K, so no stranger to these streets.
It's a raise.
Jacks now for Daniel Cates under the gun. He's got a huge bowl of rice.
I've got a rice tell also.
He says he has a rice tell.
Oh, so I was watching a podcast today, and the things on the table were a chocolate bar, a banana, a potato, a bowl of rice, and cornflakes.
Like in the rounders, he had the
Okay.
Oreo tell, you have the
Not
rice
frosted,
tell.
just plain cornflakes.
Okay.
Okay. If you were
Bro, you want some of
to
this?
say which of these
Some jungle?
items has the most
Want a piece of the jungle?
amount of sugar, what would you go for?
I should know this because
You got it, dog. You
my
got
father
it.
is diabetic, and I'm
Pack and
always
heat.
trying to be mindful of glycemic indices. Let me
Rumble.
think about that for a
Rumble
moment. I
jungle.
want to go through the
Mr.
options.
Goofy hat.
As
And
we do
Jesse
see
Wiggins.
Yeah, Jungle, talkative as always. Just flat calls the jacks
Jack.
and Jesse. Flops best. Surely a C-bet on a board like this. Huge range advantage.
How much?
Certainly a fair 3-betting Queen 9 suited. We could be 3-betting King Jack suited. Jungle blocks the nuts. Just a pair of jacks though. Just pounding the rice. Is this part of his rice tell? It's not going to give up this easily. Not with an out to the nuts. Certainly would feel like the jacks are live more often than not. There it is.
Check.
That easy. Snap checks. So just so you know, Selena, only half my attention is on this hand, and the other half is absolutely going through all the follow-up questions I have for your little puzzle. Real quick, am I allowed to ask follow-up questions? Will you give me some more info? Is this like a consulting quiz?
I think you can. Yeah, you can ask your follow-up questions.
Okay, then I'll compile a few as we do see the unfortunate stab by Jesse. Now we're representing Ace Jack, King Jack, Pocket Jacks. Doesn't really matter because Jungle has them. I think we can go either way. A check call seems quite interesting. Obviously, much easier for me to say now that I know that Jesse is drawing dead to a chop, but Your opponent is representing the hand you have. You block 2 of the jacks. So you know that you shouldn't really have them too often. The jungle just check raises. Wants to charge any hand that could have equity. Spades come to mind and all the 2 pairs. Certainly all the sets as well. And surely this is the end of the hand.
Yeah, I can't see Wigan really continuing anymore.
You fuck in the jungle. It's easy with the nuts. Huh?
I want him to show.
No, I'm not showing
With the
anyone
nuts,
shit.
you get fucked. That's true.
No squid, no soul.
Huh?
No squid, no soul.
There's no squid game, dog. There's no squid. No squid, no reason to show. You gotta pay me money for that shit.
No
Gotta pay me
squid,
money.
no show.
That one's 2,000 RMB. You want to see it? 2,000 RMB.
Jungle thinks win is from China too.
I'll show you it.
Oh, is 30 minutes worth 2,000 RMB? That's a
Right.
question.
Your sleep's worth more than that.
You can see it on stream.
Yeah, that's a great point. Are they forgetting that they're on stream? None of this talk makes any sense. If you can see your opponent's cards in 30 minutes anyway.
Sorry. There's the jack of hearts.
Thank you. Wow, someone pays attention to this.
Last time at APT, this stream table, they had like a full deck. I think 2 players had the same card or something. Or like somebody, the card on the flop was the same as someone's hand. Like.
I actually do know what Martin's talking about there. It's all good. Keep the dealer honest. No harm having 2 sets of eyes
APT Jeju, I think.
on the spread.
Not even some small series, like.
But you noticed it before. Oh no, it was
Like,
already.
it was on the street, like. Looks very bad for them as well, like. The same card twice.
And what did you do with that after that show?
I don't remember what the ruling was then. I don't have that spot very often as a floor man, I think.
What happened?
At APT Jeju with the live stream table.
Alright, now that we're repeating stories for the
Someone
players
played
who
a
are
hand and then his exact card also came on the flop. Like,
interested
the jack of hearts
in
was
asking
wrong or
Martin,
something like that.
let's get back to your question. I know it can't be the unfrosted flakes or whatever, because it seems slightly obvious. My one follow-up question is the chocolate part a trick? Because it depends on the size.
Or
And
just
if it's
chocolate
dark
bar.
chocolate. A chocolate bar.
Yeah.
It's got to be the chocolate bar. I mean, that can't be the twist. A chocolate bar has to have more sugar than a rice, potato, and...
Queens plus.
What's the other option?
Banana.
I got queens, buddy.
Oh, banana's got to be close, too.
Queens plus over here. I wouldn't.
It's gotta be
really
the
less than
chocolate.
Queens.
Yeah, so the chocolate has slight more than the banana.
Yeah.
Okay,
Set.
but the rice actually
Yes,
outperforms.
I got
Rice is up
set,
there.
my top
Yeah.
set.
Rice
in terms of
is up there.
sugar.
White
That-
rice.
Anything. It was like, I think 24 grams or something. It's more the idea that what it gets converted into once it
Protection
enters
for
your
the
body
top
and so
set.
forth. So they talk about the carbs, they
value.
talk about so even if it's something that is not sweet,
Talking about dog.
can actually mean a lot of sugar, right? So a lot of people who are diabetic, who have trouble, you know, with getting the blood pressure and you know
Slow
glucose
play my
level
top
whatever
set.
to a acceptable point, they actually
Boom,
cut
boom.
out all sugar, but yet it doesn't change because of what they're
Alright,
eating.
check whatever.
And then they realize that they're not actually supposed to eat bread and rice and those kind of carbs.
Yeah, it's all about managing your glycemic index and the
Jacks,
spikes.
jacks, jacks.
And technology makes this quite good these days because you can
Where's
wear
my cards?
continuous glucose
Don't show my other
monitors.
card.
And
Obviously a jack.
it's not something that is meant to be worn forever or anything like that. But if you do it for, let's say,
Whenever
a couple of
someone
weeks, a month,
Says they have
you'll
something.
actually
doesn't
notice
show it,
what
they're
spikes
lying.
after
Rule of poker.
eating what you might think are regular meals. And I think rice
Rule.
is an interesting one.
I totally a jacks, bro.
That's really the big benefit of brown rice, mind you. Actually doesn't differ much, but the way the body absorbs it, much better for you.
And I think they talk about something like
That was kinda
resistant
fucked up,
starch
though.
is
You have to
where
know.
like if you put it, you know, so if you either freeze bread or, you know, kind of just that cold storage process seems to change the way the bonds are in those carbohydrates. and then becomes not so easy for your body to break down. So therefore, it actually works out much better for you.
So where do you think kimchi dumplings lie on the scale?
I think
On
it's
the
all right
performance.
because the
Really?
kimchi dumpling filling seems like it's vegetable
It's gonna be bigger.
and meat, and the dumpling skin is relatively thin. So in my mind, I'm just thinking it can't be that bad.
Yeah, thin is good.
Yeah, I do think that's why people talk about just focusing. So if you could eat and focus on having your serve of protein and then your serve of vegetable and so forth, but maybe by the time you're done with those, you won't feel so hungry for the other stuff. That's, essentially bad for you, I guess. Sutla here with top set, but Kwan has a mystery hand to us right now.
We went tricky on the flop. Pretty surprised to not see any action. And now the ace, sort of the obvious card for us to represent. This is a must-bet situation because we want to build the pot. No point getting tricky for one more street. And it might work out irrespective of what Win has, simply because the ace is going to be the most frequently bet card. Not to mention, Win might have an ace himself. So yeah, let's play along with Rano. To the extent this hand doesn't get revealed. Pocket tens, and our opponent has called, and just look at that river. Quad tens. Is there any way our opponent has aces? I'm just kidding. Basically, there isn't. So now what do we target? They called when the ace came. It's coming to the 10. We can try and polarize to basically confuse our opponent from betting really big with just an ace. And if they do have an ace themselves, they're pretty much going to call most of the time. Yeah, we've gone nearly full pot. The reason to go big here amongst many is that hands that we're drawing will fold anyway. We don't get to see what he had, but I doubt it's an ace. We might have thought about it longer and most of the time called it off. So pocket tens is going to be a welcome sight. He's still at the bottom of the chip count, but 50 bigs is plenty. Pocket tens again, back to back. Glitch in the matrix?
Oh, look at this.
Not exactly. That is not deja vu.
Shinohara with the aces on the cutoff. 3 bets it to 15k just to see Daniel Katia on the dealer button with ace queen.
Actually, I don't think we have something yet. We're going to solve because
And he's grabbed chips.
yeah, that's still pending.
He's about to call 4-bet.
So that's why we have to
What a dream for Shinohara.
passport.
And first off, what a 6 spot for Rano.
Approved or not, and if they don't approve it,
What happened?
3 months that you get for free.
You have to show that, I think.
Meaningless hand revealed. We can move on to the drama building. First off, decision point for Rano.
Not sure, I looked a little bit already. Probably the way I do it is I just book something for like the first month.
Yeah, and then
Take note of the small 3-bet from the aces.
But again, it depends how long we're staying. If it's like 3 months or 1 year.
Yeah, I can't really do much about tens there. Let's it go. right, Hollywood incoming.
I actually really do feel that he could find a flat call against a cold 4-bet. 5-betting just seems like it's targeting pocket kings precisely. There's the Hollywood you mentioned, so let's double check. The way he's holding his cards, though, makes me feel 5-bet is more likely.
We can't stay there for very long time. We can't really rent, really rent something, so it's more like Airbnb or something.
It's just so hard to keep it together in this dream spot. It looks like he's weighed his option 10 times. Still not come to a decision. I don't know if that's part of the act or actually the case. Does find the flat call after holding 5-betting chips. Maybe this is not an act.
Oh, I know why they talk about Duolingo Pro. He's Lady Charm.
Oh, gotcha. That's right. That is the Duolingo bird, right?
That is correct.
Jack 9-8 on the flop. No queen for jungle. But is that enough to keep him out of trouble? Because he has flopped the 2 overs and a gut shot. Mind you, 2 tens were folded, so he's drawing quite slim. We're really taking our time in Shinohara's shoes to call pre-flop, and jungle looks like he has read into it, at least for the moment. 30k fired, 1/3 pot. Oh, looks like we're about to announce the strength of our hand. Understandable on a board as wet as this. If we're about to check raise, I suppose we go for it all and just hope for ace jack, pocket queens, pocket kings. Maybe even pocket tens that are forced to come along. Obviously have to be worried about pocket jacks, pocket nines, but pocket nines don't really seem the cold 4-betting candidate. Pocket jacks could be the case, but too many hands we get calls from. This is all assuming he's check raise jamming. Did cut out raising chips, but he fooled me on the pre-flop turn. Yeah, this time we get it in. And the snap fold by jungle.
It was a bold bet. I wish I'd check. I had a cute idea.
Was a bold bet. Certainly agree. So level 10 today, Selena, to the extent we go all the way, which is up to the players, I suppose, is 4,000, 8,000 off a 250k starting stack. So a new stack would be worth 30 bigs and change, 25 bigs at the start of the day tomorrow. Certainly do expect some players to just register day 2 directly.
Does it say when registration ends?
Now that is the correct question. This is what happens when you've been a professional tournament player. I can talk about levels all I want, but the more meaningful question is if you're allowed to register. And I don't have an answer for you just yet, but I do know who to ask. So we'll get back to you.
Pocket fives here for Kwang Ming Nguyen and Zhang Yu is coming along to see a flop. Oh, look at that. Zhang Yue flops trip sevens.
We started with like 250 or 200 or what?
250.
250. The last hand was sad.
For me, I think I had the best hand.
Huh?
I had the best hand, I think.
What'd you have?
I had a pair.
Huh?
I had a pair.
You think you had a better hand than him?
Could be.
Huh?
And I think he had like king queen suited, ace queen suited.
No, I think he had it, dude.
Huh?
I think he had it.
Really
Maybe he had
hoping
nine
his
time.
opponent's
I
going to
don't
bet
think so,
there.
Maybe ace jack suited. Maybe he had aces. You had aces?
And that he does. 13k. A quick call from
I see
Zhang
some-
Yue.
You had a good hand pre-flop for sure.
Yeah, I had 10s.
The tens?
This is so fascinating to hear, Selena, because the sharks on the table, Jungle and Jesse, immediately going after it, probing
Lots of things.
the Japanese players sandwiched in between them, unfortunately for him.
Check the flop.
They start discussing who had what, and I feel like eventually got the information out of him that he basically had aces pre-flop. Jungle was certainly onto it, way more than Jesse. Jesse perhaps got up in his own pocket tens and what could have been on the Jack 9-8 flop. You do see this in cash games a little more often than tournaments, where as the relative recreational, certainly Shinohara with an astounding multi-six-figure Hendon mob. It's not a recreational, but I feel like the more experienced, the higher stakes players immediately start probing, banding together. My favorite part was when Jesse was
Can you do my back?
suggesting that pocket tens could have been the best hand on that board amongst the three. And Jungle immediately goes, "You think you had a better hand than him?" Jack on the river means 10-7. Gets the job done. Pretty different environment on the floor out there from what we've become used to. 10 p.m. now. As we do make our way towards the high roller portion of the festival. Don't have the hustle and bustle of a bunch of qualifiers, some of them free rolling into the main. Taking a shot at all the glory. We're just playing for some high stakes here at the High Roller Main.
Now small blind versus big blind action here. Jesse Wigan just calling with his ace 10. Sutlat Reno here with the jacks. He's going to make it 10.5.
These are strong holdings. Blind versus blind.
All in.
Yeah, the chips find their way into the middle. When you have two good players, you want to take any edge you can get, and ace 10 is good enough.
10 plus. Mr. 10s plus over there. Finds the jacks in this spot.
Jungle immediately describing the ranges, and the calling range according to him is 10s plus. I'll take your word for it, Jungle. So Rano did qualify. Three clubs. Never easy. Now adds the jack of spades as an out. Too many outs though.
Those ones never get there. It's weird.
Rano essentially swaps stacks with Jesse Wigan. Looking pretty unhappy in his bucket hat there. Can't say I blame him. Bit of a cooler. Have you ever seen that meme, Selena, which is basically a bell curve, and the idea is that the things at the extreme tail ends of the curve tend to act the same way. Often used as an insult, you know, quote-unquote dumb people and smartest people do the same thing, or whatever it might be. It's so funny. Yesterday, we were sometimes chastising some of the players at the final table for getting in massive stacks pre-flop, and yet this spot is so standard, right? The ace 10, the pocket jacks.
Yeah.
Because the big blind will be 3-betting so wide, it's perfectly natural to just take the ace 10 and take it into a 40 big blind effective jam.
Now you've transformed into Rambo.
Just feels one of those situations, right, where the top players and the weakest players might act the same way.
Sorry?
Yeah, and then you kind of also think, oh, wow, they just got it in for so many chips just now too, right? So, yeah, it's like sometimes the players on the final table, they're working with like average of 50 bigs. Now we're seeing players get it in with possibly more than that, right?
Yeah.
Martin, did you reach out?
Yeah, I think I was away, but there was a pre-flop all-in hand, 50 big blinds.
With all the
Yesterday?
Yes.
For the
Yeah, this was what got us down to heads up.
Imagine.
Shi Kai just
just
had
imploded.
one of those moments, you know, where he
That's an automatic raise.
3-bet jammed, or pardon me, 4-bet jammed 9-8 suited
There's no way that's
for 50
automatic
bigs.
raise
And
at
what
all these
was
blinds.
pretty crazy was that somehow Shui had not put her hand perfectly over the RFID, so it was a mystery hand.
Oh.
Until she tanked. Understandable.
Right,
In that
right,
moment.
correct.
With the ace king.
Yes.
And only when she called did we get to see that it was ace king.
What it was, right.
So it was a 6 sweat
So
too.
what read did he have on her for him to have done that?
It didn't make much sense, to be honest. There had been a few moments where she had backed down, and we were playing three-handed, so, you know, ranges get super wide.
Yep.
But we'd never seen a light 3-bet from her.
Correct.
At least in the three-handed play.
I personally think that's the case. I don't even think have seen a real light 3-bet from her even on the final table.
Because she liked playing post-flop.
Correct. She usually just calls.
Yeah, I mean, I was careful to note that, you know, the lights, the moment, the 10 hours, the 100K locked up, it all gets to you.
Right.
And
he's like, oh, that's good enough. I see what I can do.
You know, funnily enough, just 50 bigs, I mean, the shove is going to work like 95% of the time, too. So I don't know what made him slightly implode there, but he just also ran into top of range, and isn't that the old story?
I hope to God this guy calls.
It was a crazy sweat because 50 bigs, I mean, there's only a few hands you're calling off, and when she doesn't snap call, then there's even fewer hands, right?
Well, I think she didn't snap call with the kings either on the outer table versus the ace king pre-flop.
Oh, is it?
She asked for a count.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it could. There's a part of it could be maybe the fact that she's so used to playing cash. And,
That's true.
You know, you're not thrilled by ace king getting all in pre, right? You know, and there is a lot of times where players talk about the only hand somebody would get it in there is aces or something like that. So she might not even be that thrilled with kings. So who knows, right? But yeah, it took her a little while too.
There are some sickos who actually take a hand like aces and, 4-bet rip. It's just massive. Targeting ace king in particular. Some weaker holdings that might find a 4-bet to a non-all-in size much more threatening.
I noticed something. Jungleman went to town on his bowl of rice, but his beef is untouched.
This is the kind of observation I'm in this booth for. You're so right. What a sick pickup there. What a live read. What in the world is going on, Jungle? Pounded the rice. Not interested in the good stuff. And I think we know what he ordered. Isn't that the beef and broccoli?
Beef broccoli? Yeah, I think.
It's pretty good, Jungle. Have at it. But how's this for an observation? 1 Diet Coke down. 1 Diet Coke to go.
Can't say that's the healthiest diet. I think that the consensus is diet is worse than full sugar.
No, there's no way.
It's because of what they use to replace that sugar. So it's something that's not natural compared to something that's actually natural.
Yeah, but everything's a chemical. It can't be as bad as 13 spoons of sugar. Coke doesn't sponsor us, do they?
I don't know. I think
I might be getting in trouble.
I think it's considered cancer causing. Both player here turns a flush draw.
Mind you, we saw 6 diamonds across the 3 players, so we can actually see the chances of a diamond not too high would be disastrous. Of course, now the queen, 4-2 straight on the board, but the check mark for a win. Who snap? Value bets it. Block
Small.
bets to be precise.
Yeah, small bet here. Very, very enticing for Zhang Yue here to call.
You know, an interesting part of the meta game here in block betting this is that if your opponent has a piece of the board, I find that they're much less likely to convert their hand into a bluff. And on a board like this, they're always going to have a piece of the board, right? Pretty cool value bet.
You missed some thin value. Small bet flop, small bet turn, small bet river.
10.
Yeah.
With
that.
Value town.
2 stacks up top, but I will say they're not much higher than the starting stacks, so really not much of a chip lead, but more of a chip build up, I'll say. Exceeding what they came in with is good for the chip lead on the table. Is Zhou Xuan, who was dominating on the outer table.
High cost of living.
Highest inflation rate.
Yeah, but they sleep well.
This is a real
quality there is.
quiz. If I gave you 1 bowl of rice, a plate of beef broccoli, and 2 Diet Cokes, what is the correct order in which to consume them? And I promise you, since we were talking about glycemic indices, the right order is to get the beef and broccoli, your protein and fiber first, prime your system to not absorb all the sugar, then the bowl of rice, and then the Diet Cokes to wash it down. Our man Jungle is going in reverse.
That's for sure. That the beef broccoli is the only thing that's untouched out of the 3 items he ordered.
Sorry, bro. I had aces this time. Aces, see?
Did you have one?
Huh?
Let's see the other one.
Well.
Didn't you say before you have to show two, otherwise it's a lie or something?
I mean,
Why would you not show two?
You know, maybe I want you to see if you can trust me.
Felt like aces, to be fair.
Are you trying to say I don't have aces?
No, I think you had aces.
Yeah, I had aces.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I had.
What else?
All right, Selena. So jungle.
How can it not be?
Although he's doing it
I'm a Queens Plus player. I'm waiting
quite cheekily,
I
has
tried
now
to make a
officially
play
lied
at
at
a
the poker
pretty good
table.
hand.
Claims that he had
Before it
aces.
I just had to bet the flop.
And just to reiterate our discussion,
Man, you should bet the flop here.
ethically, you're against this, correct?
What did he have?
What did he have?
In Jungle Stone, it's a bit borderline, I will say that. I think nobody's taking him
Seriously?
too seriously.
Yeah.
But something you would never do.
I just wouldn't
What
do
did he
it
have?
because, like, especially when, you know, the
You're the
player's going to
queen
know
nine.
30 minutes from now,
What the fuck?
and you're just
What do
going
you
to get
think
that
Patrick folded?
look.
I don't know what you bet.
I don't want
for.
to be
was
sitting
wondering,
there,
actually.
you know, having to deal with that.
Check call in this specific
I think
case.
the most I would just be like, yeah, why did you find out in 30 minutes?
Huh? Yeah,
So, no,
sometimes
I
you get
wouldn't lie
frisky,
to him.
man.
You got impatient.
Bro was trying to 3-bet me with some fucking Queen 9, man.
I got to win a pot versus Jungleman, no?
There's a
Yeah.
part of me
Queen
that
nine
wants to
suited?
drink a cup of warm
The
milk.
Queen 9 suited? It's offsuit.
I don't think that's going to go down very well
Offsuit.
for the long haul.
Was it really?
It was diamonds.
Diamonds.
You only live once, Selena.
Yeah, but where would I
Bet
even
on
get
the
a
turns
cup
real,
of
real
warm
quick,
milk
real,
from?
like,
I don't
appreciate
think
it.
that's a standard order.
You only YOLO once.
He's asking if it's Queen 9 offsuit. Outrageous.
Never
The Boon
know.
has warm milk, just so you know.
Outrageous question.
The what?
The Shanghai Boon.
Outrageous bet on the
Oh, they
turn
do?
is pure.
Indeed, they do.
They do?
Cra-
Why? You sound like you've ordered it.
Maybe.
They have everything.
Like 5, 6.
I've seen it on the menu.
You seen? It says warm milk. Like just milk on the menu, is it?
Why
It's like a
not?
common drink here?
Pretty sure.
Oh yeah?
You block ace queen too. Block.
Warm water always gets the weirdest look from
Ace nine,
like
so.
waiters or waitresses that are
Yeah.
not Chinese or
That's right.
yeah, like
Probably okay.
the Asian countries. I think they're more used to that, but
found
yeah,
that
like
weird block.
outside of they're like,
It's like, I'm gonna
what?
find some weird shit in this jungle, man.
6.5?
Jesse Wiggin here with the Queens. There were fireworks going on outside
I
before.
think so.
I had no
even
idea
I know
why.
that.
It could have been from the theme park.
No one
We
knows.
play one street at a time.
We'll never know.
Kwan's gonna come along with the ace 4. Zhang Yue has a lot of trouble putting his cards on the spot. So a lot of mystery hands from him.
I kind of like it. We'll allow it.
Those Brits are crazy.
Yeah, known for being out of line, right?
They kind of are, actually.
Yeah. With the nuts, like with a hat like that, like against the
That hat's kind of nuts.
Yeah. That's like
It might have some nuts on it. It might literally have nuts.
that's like a full frequency hat, you know?
No, it's
Bro had the Queen 9 suited.
maybe a bit less now, actually.
How did you see it?
I was running to the toilet and it showed that on the big screen.
Oh, interesting. Just heard how some information got revealed. Somebody was rushing to the toilet, and they caught the screen right next to us. So now the Queen 9 suited 3-bet is the talk of the town. Meanwhile, 6-high board, which means the Queens have got to feel pretty good, but we're playing pot control, worried that both the blinds have come along. And Wen just immediately going after it with the ace 4 of spades.
Seemed like a spot
I
for
have to
ace.
wonder, what are we repping here? Maybe reading into Jesse's check as a bit of weakness because it's pretty hard to have sets. 3s, deuces, 6s even. Maybe not too happy coming along in the big blind without the ace blocker.
Check bet, not rep the jack.
Possible, for sure. But mainly this should be 7s, 8s, 9s and the like. That did not want to 3-bet the UTG opener. And I believe that's why we put it together. Yeah, this is just a bit too wide. I understand you're in position, but you have to wonder what can you represent. And looks like Win decides that the small check raise is not enough to deter him, and it's good timing because he binks the 5. This has really been an action table because the overpairs just seem to be getting into a world of hurt. Gut shots are being hit left, right, and center. And now Jesse seems to absolutely realize where he's at. More likely than the ace-4 was 2 hearts.
Yeah, so Kwon would be a difficult player to play against just because I feel like you can't, like his ranges might be a little bit, you know, wider than some other players. I don't know if Jess Wigan is going to think he's got a 4 in his hand here for the straight. It's possible there could be hearts out there too.
2 black queens, 80k in his stack, 30k to call is just a gross spot. But the board is providing a bit of an off-ramp. 4 to a straight on the board. And Kwong has certainly been acting quite confidently. Obviously, he has binked it here. I have to wonder how you play if the 4 of hearts came. Because Jesse would have checked that card as well, more likely than not. Jesse's drawing dead, mind you. Needs to find a way to make this difficult fold with an overpair.
Feels like I'm getting bluffed here.
I gotta let it go.
Very nice.
Not too many bluffs.
Yeah, not too many bluffs is correct. Well done, sir. May feel like you're getting bluffed, but that's just something to say, really, to try and invite your opponent to show a bluff. The fact that he folded means he does not feel like he's getting bluffed.
Jesse Wiggins, definitely the shortest stack at this table with only 27 bigs left. How long is a standard massage?
Actually, I'm not sure. What would you guess?
Okay, I don't know. It feels like it's 2 hours for him, isn't it? He's had it since we came back from dinner. We're about to go on break. That should mean close to 2 hours of play.
Yeah, I've seen a few super long massages, in particular here in Jeju. Some poker players just decide to
In the gym again.
let it rip.
Third time today.
Yeah, he's
I feel like I need one too.
What's up, boys?
Who?
Body's crackly.
We could try and get the masseuse working on Jungle Man up next in the booth.
Shin O'Hara here. Raise it to 6k with ace jack.
You need to give me a button so I can play it. These things are so serious and so... I don't know.
So to the extent the field remains this size, Selena, could you remind us of the potential payouts? Certainly did catch that the minimum one would be...
Like I think it was 113k.
That would be the top one, I assume?
Yeah, I think that's...
So let's take a look. 51,000 Korean won. Pardon me, this is in USD actually. 51,000 USD. Looking like the current potential payout, which would be a huge min cash of the 16k buy and 3x, going all the way to 113k. Nearly 10x. Oh, that's not 10x, is it? Nearly 6x.
There you go, ace jack.
I knew it. I knew it was no good. Wait, what was the action I had? The 6-5 offsuit. What?
What do you think? 3-bet pre?
I was a little confused about how they went to showdown.
I bet the turn. Check.
I gotta say, as bantery and relaxed with the massage as Jungle is, it's paying attention to every hand, at least by the end of it. Wants to get those reads going.
Alright, for the TLPT high roller main, finish the hand shot.
There we hear it.
15 minutes break.
15 minutes break after the spot.
Once again for the TLPT high roller main, 15 minutes break.
Let me get my phone.
We'll see a flop and then head to the break. Massive break equity in this spot for Jesse Wiggin. Pots are just ever so slightly more stealable on the break. Everybody wants to make sure they can maximize the 15 minutes. And I gotta say, quite a lot of respect for Shinohara, because he's sticking around and watching the hand. He's doing it right. Wants to stay disciplined, even though he's on the break. Wants to see the action, get a sense of the dynamics, maybe get a read.
I'm not sure if I have to continue.
Break equity going the way of Suit Leather. And so with that, we will take a 15-minute break from the high roller main. Do not go anywhere. We'll switch feature tables and be back shortly.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that right time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard, raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at the Lord's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's playing, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we right time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard, raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at the Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard, raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at the Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we right time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard, raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at the Lord's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's playing, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we right time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard, raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden call. That dear Lord spoke, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star.
Welcome back, folks, as the new set of players, or should I say the old set of players, take their seats with one notable addition. Frankly, two notable additions. I just spotted not just Joshua Kubisa, but also Win Lee joining us. Both very accomplished, as our high rollers tend to be, but in particular at TLPT. Joshua ever present at our feature across pretty much the entire series, including the main. Win Lee. Deep runs across the board. One of Vietnam's best. Chuan Liu, she's back. Still with us. Looks like the stack is hovering around starting. David Peters seems to be nursing a short stack. And to his right, it's Zhou Chuan with the big stack. Should see count shortly, players miking up.
Yeah, somehow.
It's already in the books.
Chen Dong has accumulated 541k, double the starting stack for him. Really have to wonder who this damage has come at the cost of. Loving that look, Wagwan, by the way, with the Jeju hat. There you see bigger stacks on this table than the other one for sure. It's come at the cost of some eliminations. 12 players with Win and Joshua late regging. Win Lee, as a reminder, Vietnam #1, this time wearing one of the hats I really need to pick up before I make my way back home. This is the gift you want to give. A bucket hat with the Jeju Mandarin stem on it. So Chuan Liu, explosive start for her with the 5-3, making the straight, getting paid against David Peters when she joined us. Right as she sat down, has maintained that above average stack, 350k or so. We get the squeeze from the chip leader. Chuan makes it a bunch more to go from the small, and these two hands will not come along. So 2 players have been lost on this table. You might remember from our feature coverage to kick off this event. Yoko Sasaki from Japan, as well as Wang Jiahao, who I believe was short stacked. as the features got rotated. GG's. Once again, 2 proper holdings in the mix. UTG open, but 6-handed. Doesn't need to get the same amount of respect as full ring, so Chen, who already has a mountain of chips, makes it 25k to go. Makes the pocket 8s hit the mark. This is a bit more marginal than it might look like at first glance because of Joshua's stack. 180k. Has to call about 10% to peel with the pocket 7s. Decides to do so. He's out of position. No 7, but an overpair somehow with the pocket 7. 6-5-5. On the one hand, you're happy to not see an ace, king, even queen. On the other hand, you start to wonder, out of position, will your opponent bring the heat? How much can you withstand? We begin with the C-bet. Pretty small as you expect, 1/4 pot. Chen will be doing this with all the overpairs, really. We're immediately check raising. Making the most of the board texture. Immediately asking the question of your opponent. After all, by the combinatorics, 2 overcards are a lot more likely than overpairs. And Chen knows Joshua is super capable, so he does peel with ace-queen. Value extracted so far, and somehow 4 cards into the board, we still have an overpair. That's about all you can ask for, I suppose. Joshua might feel like he's committed to the spot. If you have it, you have it. However, to the extent you want to keep extracting from the kind of holding that Chen has, might be getting sticky. 2-tone board now. You can actually bet something like half your remaining stack. You're in trouble against an overpair anyway. No, Joshua would much prefer to put his opponent to the test for all of it. With ace-queen of clubs, don't think we can continue. Doesn't want to give a good price to something like the ace-queen of hearts. Maybe the ace-queen of diamonds. Oh, we've called it off. Really hoping to be up against some sort of a draw, but the ace-queen is in rough shape, and what a great bet by Joshua. Check raise on the flop, and the jam on the turn, getting paid off, leading to the full double. Nearly 400k now. Shandong trying to keep Joshua Gabisa honest, suffering as a result, down to 343. Feels like a lot still, 86 bigs. Relatively tiny stack for David Peters in the mix, 14 bigs. we have a situation brewing, and it's very much in the favor of the short stack. Surely the full double is coming, barring the upset. Wynn should be looking to get his opponent to commit the rest of his chips. Music to David's ears. The 3-bet will commit Wynn against David's stack. Ace-10 for Joshua, mind you, but way too much action behind, surely. It is a button versus small blind situation, though. There are ways to interpret this as quite favorable for a cold 4-bet. Lets it go, though, and good timing. David doesn't need to put up much of a ruse. He knows his opponent is saying that he's committed. So 80-20 to get back up to half a starting stack. Sean looking on. There's a king. Maybe one of the last people this table wants to see get the double. It's coming in fresh off the near win, and certainly the biggest prize takeaway from the high roller bounty event. 5,000 and change was the buy-in. Collecting nearly 35,000, I believe, in total, including the bounties for his efforts. Something around there. I have a feeling he was ready to rebuy, but no need to. 30 bigs now. And barring the newer entrants, I mentioned Joshua and Wynn. This table now has had, give or take, 4 hours with each other. Certainly some dynamics and some tendencies have been established. Always interesting to see how those evolve to the extent we can read between the lines. $10-6 off. Limp and evaluate is the usual approach. Go with the usual for now, and Queen Jack off for Sean. Raise and evaluate is the usual approach, or as an ISO as they call it. She's announced it. Does anybody else miss Jungle Man's banter on the table? Or is it just me? Wait, did I just notice David Peters' attire only now? Or has he changed somehow? That is a strong turtleneck. I know a lot of people call that the Steve Jobs look, but I actually have a deeper level of insight. I believe that's the Issey Miyake look, who did indeed design Steve Jobs' clothes. High fashion, gotta love it. Ace 4 opening in the cutoff. Considered sort of a bluff open, using the ace blocker. Fake aces, ace 4. King 9 having none of it, and what a great read by Xuan. This is just years of experience on display. How many people are taking the King 9 and correctly turning it into a 3-bet bluff? Mind you, Chen seems interested. Chen was on the receiving end of that double up given to Joshua. And now he's called 4-bet. I think the hands get out of the way, but I really do hope we get to see what he had. I believe the dealer did just place his cards on the RFID. I doubt it, but would be so cool if he's bluffing too. Basically, cutoff bluffing, button bluffing, potentially small blind bluffing. We do see it, ace 6 of diamonds. That is sick. That is sick. How did he do that?
Sorry.五个了，6个，不到，9点多。
Just wait until the players catch wind of what just happened. Shandong showcasing his ability to read the table, understand who's going after what. No surprise, considering his poker accomplishments. Just a reminder for those of you who are not with us on the first feature table coverage, over 4 million in earnings for Dong, 17th on the China all-time money list, which is no joke. Taking the ace 6 of diamonds and gold 4 betting it correctly. So sick. Bit of domination rotation going on over here. 6-4 flops best against the queen 6.
还不好好打牌啊！
酒店时间太长了，待不住啊！酒店待的太无聊了。我说在维加斯酒店待2个月，实在太无聊。
Take note how wide we've gone though from the hijack. Joshua with the newfound chips. Just got the finger whacked at him slightly by Xuan in the previous spot, who in turn got the same treatment by Dong. Doesn't stop Joshua from opening the suited queen. Now c-betting with pure air, slightest of backdoors, and there is one of those backdoors. 98k in David Peters' stack is the interesting part of the equation, because otherwise I do believe we'd see him continue almost always. When you pick up equity like this, it's the kind of equity that's not afraid of getting check raised, because you don't mind folding if you're not getting the right odds. Looks like he's still going to go with that approach, not worried about David Peters' stack. It's also the kind of board he doesn't expect just kings to jam. Yeah, and watch how much he's bet. To the extent David Peters did jam, you would think he'd be in a really tough spot with that queen high flush draw. About 60k more to call. But he's not worried about that. He's more worried about putting the right amount of pressure, and he's chosen the right time. He doesn't want to bet based on fear of being jammed on. He wants to bet in a way that he might bet with something like ace, king, king, queen, and it gets the job done. Great stuff there by Joshua, up to 100 bigs. David does maintain the 25 big blind stack. Everyone else quite healthy. Quick pickup. Not much to worry about for anyone, really. This is a very unique event with, I believe, 16 players in total, counting a rebuy. Based on the levels, I mean, we have a ways to go. As you can see, the average big blinds is probably close to 100, maybe 80, I suppose, at least. You're playing a very different brand of poker. It's akin to what you would do in a great structure in a day one tournament, except you're doing it six-handed against some of the best in the business, so really just have to be on in every hand. Big blind will come along, jack 8. Will flop best as well. In spots like these, I really do wonder if I'm being biased or whether recommending one of my favorite formats, heads up, sit and goes, is the way to go for anybody looking to make it at the highest level of tournament poker, because so many hands are just open from some position and the big blind has the right odds to come along, the big blind discount, and then we play a heads up pot. You have to be super comfortable in your post-flop game to navigate the post-flop streets when you defend something like jack 8. Very comfortable, of course, when you do flop a jack. Monotone board, though. And Xuan Liu has proven herself to be hyper aggro. Last time in the feature, we saw how big she sized and how aggressive she was when she did indeed have the hand. Which just goes to show that she's going after it equally when she doesn't. That's sort of implied in the balance. Now Joshua ends up with the check mark. Question is, give your opponent some rope or go for value yourself? Looks like we're doing the latter, about B40. Oh, it's the full 25k of the chips, so it's closer to 60% maybe. Lou, not too tempted. 3 stacks. Nearly tied, I'd say, between 94 and 104. Chuan not too far behind with 80. So everyone barring Chuan, sort of the middling stack despite having over 80 bigs, and then David Peters, one shorty.
I think yesterday he won a lot.
You say quality lot.
You play catch game? No?
One raise 8,000.
85.
85. 85 and more.
Squid game. Yeah.
You have to win pots. If you don't, you can't just sit and wait. Okay. Also, just once.
Nearly 11:15 p.m. local time, so the rest of the floor, barring I believe the PLO Turbo, is now just occupied by the High Roller Main. Don't forget registration open all the way till day 2, so some qualifiers certainly might pop in only then. We should tell you the mindset of these players as well, right? They're actually grinding it out with the intention of making it a big stack by the end of level 10. So they have to believe they have not only deep stack prowess, but deep stack edge against these opponents. It's the delusion of poker that you need to play at this level. Just need to feel like you're so much better than your opponent, even if you're not on some level. And more often than not, on some days you are, on some days you're not. Very different environment than our previous feature table, which I suspect is having some fun out there as the outer table. We will rotate, mind you. But for now, for the next couple of levels, I feel like this cohort is just in the midst of the grind. They may as well be wearing headphones, even though none of them seem to be. Want to absorb everything that happens on the table. Some spot taking, as we saw with the King 9, the A6 of diamonds. This time, somewhat honest. Nobody fights Windley. So that usual situation, an RFI, a defense on the big, 9-7 off. Got shot for the big blind, and 2 overs to 2 of the cards on the flop. Will be good enough to continue if the c-bet comes. There's the continue, and the 9-7 becomes the double belly buster. Look at the outs, 13 of them live. That's quite a lot on the turn, so to the extent when double barrels, he's going to essentially extract value from the drawing hand. Much more standard to check behind with the king queen in this spot, though. Yeah, which is what he chooses. Could be up against an ace or something even stronger, and hits the king. It's going to be pretty tough for Chuan to get a fold out of Lee in this situation. No value bet.
偷鸡也被抓了，估计。偷鸡也被抓了。还是紧落。应该是。
Pocket aces for the man who arguably needs them the most at the moment. 22 bigs. Aces in the big. Quite a loose spiel by Zhou Chuan, I have to say. Queen 3 is suited in the small, but he has such a mountain of chips that it makes a lot of sense to play these speculative holdings, especially if they're suited, in particular if they're suited. Anyway, back to the man of the moment. 24k now is the ask. It's not too big. It's not standard to only go 6 BB facing an open and a call in the small. When you 3-bet from the big blind, it tends to be much bigger. Can Win Lee read into this? Part of the reason Peters feels like it's justified and this doesn't reveal the strength of his hand too much is because he only has 68k behind. I certainly thought it through. That being said, it is simply smaller to incentivize action. There's no doubt about that. He also wants to make it look like he would maybe fold to a 4-bet. So he left himself enough behind for that as well. Chuan caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Donates the dead money and moves on from the pot. And now 60k in the middle. About 1 SPR. And oh my goodness. GG, David. Sometimes you're just meant to exit the tournament. 1 SPR, aces against the set. Win Lee sitting there on his own second bullet, mind you. Just waiting for the inevitable.
14.
We begin with 14k. He's actually praying for a continue. Little does he know he's run into it. Pocket nines and pocket tens, the only hands he's afraid of. Meanwhile, a world of holdings, including anything with a 10 in it, pocket jacks, perhaps king jack, king queen, queen jack would be continuing. And a 4 just doesn't even look connected to the board, so Peters will commit, no doubt. Three, 2, 1. Darn it. Thought I'd time that one. Oh, he's checked. We're going super tricky. Wants to be able to represent 2 overs in this spot. I mean, take a look at the level of balance this man is displaying. It's just elite poker, but it's all going to lead to the inevitable. Oh, we've gone check, check. I'm really ready to eat my hat if we don't get our chips into the middle. I actually really doubt it, because now with the 6 of clubs, I think both players feel like they've trapped their opponent sufficiently. It's interesting though, now that I reevaluate, 54k left behind. If David doesn't go for all of it when he gets raised, well, never mind. Don't need to think about that node, because when we'll make the call and reveal the winner ever since the flop came out. Hard luck, sir. Truly unfortunate to lose one of the game's best. The great David Peters, coming fresh off a near victory. Might see him again in the tournament, today or tomorrow. Certainly hope to.
对啊，他打也没意义，他肯定不打，这太干了面。
You tournament number 1. I mean, pet game number 1.
Floor. Who's future? Oh, this is my big blind. Out of 10.
Okay, so keep your action, please.
Oh, I see. Not your big blind. I still didn't understand what I
Hold your
did.
action, please. Raise 8,000.
I thought it's crazy.
Minor confusion, but the end result is 2 suited, opening of the hijack. Maybe the confusion or the weakness being pounced on, but with that exit by David Peters, this is almost like
To be fair, the dealer didn't announce that it was dead small. So I thought. The dealer didn't announce that it was dead small. So I thought he was the big blind.
Sounds is a small, right? Sounds is a small, right?
It was a dead small. So I thought because he put in his chips that he would be big blind.
Yeah. So I know about this action. Sorry.
没事，还不是大毛，停一手也无所谓。
能看吗？
不行，开了你下巴还得停，开了你下巴肯定还得停。
不会吧？
对，
那还真的。
真的，你看了这个裁判严格，你就下巴还得停。别给他讲，这太坏了。
你不是让我叫吗？
我让你叫，我哪会这么坏的人？我没你那么坏。
Is it one race 11,000?
oh my. Huge stacks about to tango. Maybe tango is not the right word. Maybe it's more like MMA style spar. Because in comes the 3-bet from the small blind. Zhou Chuan's range will be considered quite wide with his huge stack of chips and late position. And I do expect him to play back. that being said, he has a lot of cash game experience. As Selena was mentioning earlier, cash game players not as in love with Ace King as tournament players. Oh my word, he's ripped it.
我靠，你啥牌 calling 了呀？
We've ripped 122 bigs.
我操，你就这么
What
干的
in the world?
就我知道，我就知道
A
你能发 A
bit
是吧？
too
你就知道
trigger
你发 A 是
happy,
吧我靠，
leading to a million
真有
chip
东西啊！
pot.
真有办法，你真是。2张奥子，你2张奥子，
And
我
it
以为
comes
我操
an
他
ace.
提了把价值打满，我就知道能发 A， 他就知道能发 A 嘛。
Oh, goodness. Chop outs
真是有办法。
don't appear. A huge blow up, but it
我就
goes
知道你想提的把价值打满，要不
the way of
这样
Zhou
子就没
Chuan.
了我懂，我以为。
Bullet number 2, dusted. Win Lee takes it, as well as anyone, I imagine. And we have a stack of 1.2 million.
看吧。
That's over 300 bigs. That was insane.
他有50万吧？他有50多万吧？啊？反正他100多 BB 吧？你说
Keep me
你
in
这个
chat.
抛出你翻红还有什么价值？
Asking a spicy question. I actually do know what you're referring to, Kiwi, and frankly, I thought that the response made by the player on
换一下。
Twitter, I believe it was, or X, was about as transparent as I've seen in one of these situations. Not really worth mentioning beyond that. Why being asked for the shove? Yeah, that's a good question. Not sure why myself. Having some fun, maybe, really putting his opponent to the test, and more so willing to take a flip against sort of a side call, pocket queens, maybe pocket jacks. Obviously, with ace king, you expect to not face kings and aces as often, blocking them.
你这个提到打架子真有办法哈，有点东西的。
But you know what they say about
我就知
blockers.
道打跌。
They're like birds, not real.
本来我想 cover 的，后来一看5人桌，
不是你一看你靠他价值打不满了呀，这除非价值知道打不满了呀，肯定提早推啊，是吧？
Quick pause on our table.
我以为是2500，
Likely to adjust the number of players thanks to that very unexpected
不
elimination.
管怎么样，你这个打的。
We're down to just 4 players on our table. Gotta bring someone over, so waiting for a hand, I imagine,
你再野
on that table to get over.
再装再野也都没啥用。要我的话，我 KK 我直接放出来，我说兄弟，我们 chop 吧，不发了，chop 就行。
我亲了他2次，
亲了，服了，同一个人。
啊，头一个。
第一手毛 all in 就2个人毛 all in， 上桌第一把毛 all in， 先把他清了，第二手又把他给清了。
哎呀，笑死了。
Not just yet, which means an
你这期做视频的时候，你一定要
action
提早把
situation on the
架
outer
子打
table,
满
maybe.
你一定要有那个提早打架子。
But take note, we're down to 10. Down to 10 players. Another elimination would actually force us to scrunch into one table. Just to keep things fair. No need to play 4-handed, 5-handed. The only time you'll see 9-handed on day 1 if needed, day 2 if needed.
I don't know seat 2 and seat 4.
Seat 7.
Locker? Or with the head?
他问我希望谁过来啊
The head?
？Every player.
Every?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more bust.
Looks like it's okay to deal these 4 players.
谁来都不怕，反正价值提早能打满的，怕啥？
有筹码有运气，对吧？
And a shocking fold by Chuan with, I believe this would be 30% of the chips in play. 1.2 million. Queen high is best. No way to know it though. 9-7. Likely to continuation bet as we do see Dong. Put 15 out there. Or just 7 actually. 1.7 bigs or so. Good enough.
Huh? 他们还在打吗？他们肯定刚才那手牌一直在打。
I suppose Xuan works as one of the American contingent at this point. That really has been the coolest to see because it is just not that close a country. At least map-wise. Jungle Man comes to mind, joining us from the US. Julie on our feature table a couple of days ago for day 2 of the main. Didn't mention that is where she lives. David Peters, same story. Has left us already, sadly. We're not quite heading to the All China affair we saw at the main event. With, I believe, very little exception. Maybe 1 out of the top 16 was non-China. Here's Zhou Chuan, only one representing China.
Just thank you for the rice and the chicken. Pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
I would have never ordered it myself.
Happy to go to waste.
But here we are.
Here we go.
Wow, all professionals.
Welcome.
It's Rano.
Very professional stream. Deep line, right?
Doesn't mind coming in on the big blind. Very classy.
$285.
Can get suited. Certainly don't mind opening that one.
Its raise is 10,000, right? So it's a good raise. I like it. I can see.
Love it. Rano bringing the energy of the outer table into this table. Ace right in the window. Club variety. 8 as well. So far so good for Rano. Because Joshua seems likely to fire. The check call keeps our range ever so wide, and now the king means Rano has been outdrawn. This is brutal. No way for him to realize he's no longer in the lead in this spot. Just 16%. Aces, nines, and 2 fours available. We see bet slightly speculatively in Joshua's shoes. Now we're doing so, hoping for our opponent to have an ace. Indeed the case, we do block a spade, making spade draws slightly unlikely. Certainly many of them possible. We don't block the nut spade. Something like queen jack of spades, queen ten of spades. Might continue. Do not blame the check call. Do we find a rescue on the river? We do not. 6 of hearts. And Joshua has quite a good value bet candidate. Not only in terms of board interaction, but also in terms of hands that call. He unblocked most of them, such as the ones that have an ace in them, which is indeed what Rano is holding. Board is rainbow. Do we just feel too weak not raising this? I would guess so, actually. Oh my word, we've gone for all of it. It's the overbet. It's not about what we have in Joshua's shoes, or not just about what we have. It's about what we're representing, and we're representing a triple barrel overbet bluff on the river. This could be backdoor spades. Could be the kind of hand Joshua had just a pair before it turned into 2 pairs. And more so, this is just meant to target aces who decide they're way too up in their range and call it off. Does Rano fall for it? So instructive. How many of us find the jam there when it's well over the pot size? It's the difference between ABC poker and elite poker.
I think I kinda have to bait this hand.
In that case, Joshua has played things right.
I really think this one I might have to pay.
Rano might be saying it, he might mean it, but the reason he's voicing it out loud is to get a reaction out of Joshua. That I promise you. There's a reason he said it twice as well. We've all been there. Partly it's just a coping mechanism. Weighing the options means thinking through the tough ones, and he says he folds. Well done. What a fantastic fold. Too few bluffs rather, is what was decided there. Certainly correct to do so. Quite tough in Joshua's shoes to be balanced, which is to say have the right amount of bluffs in that spot when you're overbetting, which means you need to have quite a few because you're offering opponents odds to call you. that aren't that great.
Ace 10 is not a good one.
Not a good one, better than ace 10.
No,
Quick lie with the ace 10 again. Yeah, just to finish that thought. It's just so tough to navigate on a table like this. When you're putting your opponent to the test, it's always tough to be balanced in these overbet spots anyway, but Joshua putting together that any ace would be in a tough spot, and in fact we saw that there was some agreement. Supposedly, the inclination was to just call it off, saying I'm supposed to call, but you find a way to get away from it. As I do welcome Selena back to the booth. Selena, you missed yet another blow up, but this time to the victor go the spoils, but not the punishment. Ace King besting pocket kings, and it's Zhou Chuan who climbed up to 1.2 million. Winley busting his second bullet. And what is it that you found out about the first bullet? This is just too much to bear.
Yeah, so I overheard a conversation between Chen Dong and Zhou Quan. And Zhou Quan was sheepishly saying that he busted the same guy twice. And the first time was because when they sat down, they decided to do a blind or in pre-flop flip.
D-gens, I tell you. But come on, Joe, at least save it for the stream.
Because did you remember when we first started the stream, we were wondering, oh, like, wow, like he must have ran pretty good to have doubled up his stack so early on? Well, that's how.
He did run good, if it was a blind all-in pre.
Yeah, but I believe at the time with the ace king versus kings, I think Zhou Quan only had 2 aces left in the deck as well. Yeah.
Definitely ran good there. I mean, blind all-in is at least a flip to begin with. This was something quite inferior. But the end result is 1.2 million. Meanwhile, we're seeing this a lot on this table. No easy chips, and I think Joshua is being called out, and he's realized it. He knows Sean is playing back at his frequency, so he 4-bets the same hand. That is just so slick. Tournament poker at its finest. The same hand. Bluff opening, bluff 3-betting, and bluff 4-betting.
Yeah, that's not the first time I saw Xuan getting played backhand. I think there was one spot where Chen Dong actually played and made a 4-bet, wasn't it?
Yeah, ace 4 open, king 9 for Xuan. She 3-bets, and the small blind just gold 4-bets with the ace 6 of diamonds. So, what do you think it is? Is it the frequencies? Is she giving away something?
Yeah,
Certainly with her level of experience, I wouldn't suspect a live tell.
Well, I think that it's got to do with the position she's picking to do it with. So it's pretty much like short-handed, and she's always say in position of the player when she does it, so forth. But when Chen Dong did it, I think I saw him 4-bet really, really tiny. So yeah, he didn't have to risk a lot of chips to win a big pot.
Although the players are not allowed their phones, and unless you have a rail, there's no way to catch up on the stream midway through the table. If you really find yourself in a tricky spot, what you can do is note the time, set some sort of a timer on your watch. We allow regular watches, not smart watches, and then run out in the middle of the hand at the TV screen right next to us in the booth and try and take a look at what your opponent had. Because some of this information can get pretty valuable considering the ranges we're playing.
Yeah, definitely. You might also want to have maybe a friend watching the stream and can just shoot the hands off to you so that when you look over on it later, you can just quickly glance rather than try to scroll back and look for a hand.
Yeah, which is very tough. New AI bot idea for those who don't have friends. Stream watching bot that feeds you every time you were in a hand.
What are you saying about poker players, huh?
I'm just projecting, I suppose. It is an interesting part of the game, especially on big final tables like the one we had yesterday, where even if you're, let's say, traveling alone to a venue, you certainly do make a call, in your poker community and immediately alert your friends to watch. And then I've been on the other side of this, where I've been the friend watching amongst many others. And then they just start sending screenshots from the stream, some reads as well. And, it's fair because anybody can do it.
Welcome back.
Oh, I heard a welcome back. Does that mean when Lee is back or somebody from the outer table?
It might be Lee. I think that these guys, especially if they've got a bankroll, they ain't gonna give up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet.
And they're very stubborn. Especially when you bust out Ace King versus Kings.
Right. No fault of yours. Yeah, I suspect the only question will be day 1 or day 2 at this point. We play till the end of level 10. You can choose to catch up on some sleep, come back day 2 and reg. And I believe we did the math there. 25 big blinds on offer if you register at the start of day 2.
Sean is not folding her hand right now.
How much?
I think she has gone with a raise of 14k.
She's clicked it.
No, it's 18 actually.
Yeah.
A bit of a graphics error.
Makes a little bit more sense. Certainly don't want to incentivize every hand to come along with just a click. So you'll see the call from the 9s. Look how tricky these lines make post-flop play. For both players really, but Sean at least with the aggression can start to represent. Ace is a bad card though to do so. Also does not pick up any backdoors, which is a part of the strategy when you do check raise there. But also look how difficult it is for the pocket 9s. When you can't even fire one of those turn blockers in this spot with the king and the ace on the board, you certainly don't want to just value own yourself against a king. So what do? Option A, turn your hand into a bluff. Option B, check behind, give your opponent free cards.
He's reaching for chips. Really, really small bet there.
Looks like we've gone with not one of the options I mentioned as part of A and B, but the one I mentioned right before. It's sort of the turn blocker. And what's interesting is he's done it to the tune of 6k. So on the one hand, I was thinking it's really tough to bet something like 20k to try and get a cheap showdown, because then you're just value owning yourself in case your opponent has a king. They're always calling. But what about when they don't have a king? Literally a min bet, getting whatever equity Swan had to fold. This is just so instructive. This is like an education. It's sort of the opposite of what we were discussing with that Phil Galfond story, right?
Sometimes you feel like,
yeah, she's back.
She's back, right.
So she was eliminated. That's who we were saying welcome to.
Looks like she's changed her clothing. Was she not in white earlier?
Maybe a jacket? The hat is certainly new, right?
Yeah, like I don't remember this color combination at all. I think it was white and different hat from memory.
Gotta get that luck working for you. Change it up.
It looks like she's freshened up too, like maybe a hot shower, you know, just wash all that bad luck away.
Yeah, that's gotta be massively plus EV actually, in between bullets. Yeah, thinking back to that Phil Galfond story we were discussing, right, where he just sort of enlightened Tom Dwan that there's always another option you might not have considered of, you know, overbet jamming.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really educational, that 6K bet. I didn't consider sort of this new note of like the tiny, tiny bet in position.
Yeah, so can you imagine if he played that up against Xue Jiawan and what she might have done?
Yeah.
Right? Like it's so crazy because her as a player might just be like, oh, I read that as being weak. I raise, and then he just has to fold his nines now. Right? So at times there merit to knowing just enough, but not too much.
Absolutely. In fact, I want to get your opinion on this. I've told you about some of these poker shows that I worked on, and there you tend to invite, you know, a couple of people who are best known for being maniacs for obvious reasons. You want to create some action. Now, some of the top pros told me that they'd much rather play a fellow elite poker player than an unpredictable maniac. And do you think that's true?
100%. Because you would have to kind of break down, you know, you're going to have to think about the hand ranges, what they're doing that with. So with a maniac, because he doesn't know what he's doing, so you don't know what he's doing, so that it's so hard to make sense of it, because the way they play each hand, you could give them the same hand and they could play it so differently every time they get it, right? Like there is no standard way of playing, right? So you know how we say, oh, you're supposed to check there, right?
Yeah, they're mixing every spot.
Exactly, right? So that's the problem playing against them, because it's always now a guessing game for the pros. But if you're up against a pro, you know, for example, that's why I do believe on a table like this, Zhou Quan and Chen Dong is harder to play against. They tend to know what the pros think and they know how to use that against them. And that actually makes what their advantage comes from, is knowing that. So they are very aware of the strategy and everything of all the pros on the table. And they have that image of the bluffer, the crazy maniac a little bit, right? So it actually works in their favor. But they're very aware of what they're doing. So yeah, I do find them two actually relatively hard to play against on the table. The guys I, you know, would prefer to play with is like you're talking about the season pros, the ones that take very standard lines, so you know, and you can deduce what kind of hands you're up against. But with you know, the other guys, it's very much a big question mark, and it makes, you know, a lot of these tournaments very hard to play.
Yeah, I would argue solid, studied players are maybe, let's say they're better than you. They're costing you a little bit of EV. But the unpredictable ones, they're costing you a lot of variance. And I think when you're a pro yourself, you really want to make sure that when the pots get bloated, you have the best of it more often than not. Interesting spot here, because we did see the float. Reverse float, they call it when you do it out of position, from Sean. So we're pretty much compelled to bluff at it. After all, why else would we just check call on the flop? If we're going to bluff big. And this is not an automatic laydown from Rano. Once we polarize here, we're either getting pretty tricky with an ace pre-flop and on the flop, or we're saying we have a 9 and a 9 precisely. In particular, pocket 8s block 9s, but it works. Power poker by Xuan Lu.
之前出过好几个呀，选秀，EI，传奇的 BOI。
And think back to when she had that wheel that she had flopped. We saw her make huge value bets that did get called. So it's balanced, right? Sometimes she's going to do it with value, sometimes with bluffs. It's tough to play against.
日本語が上手。
14, very likely. He has king high? Ah, no.
后面两个有的
Top set.
结果一审3有跟你打，
我都想了他让吗？你打出来啥？
你帮我报吗？报完以后，不是你给我一出来就好了，我跟你。
If you ask me like this, then you probably had it.
Guess we'll never know.
We'll know in the street. On the street. We're at the TV table.
Now we're saying the quiet part out loud. Siobhan says, guess you'll never know. Well, we're streaming every hand. Aces now.
Never know.
Welcome back to the table, Yoko.
It's funny, huh?
Welcome back. Come back. No gamble. No gamble. I don't believe you. Fair chance.
One of my favorite screen grabs ever is one of those maniacs that I was mentioning from one of our shows, where on the finale, which is what like 8 days of poker has led up to, you see an open from pocket fives, UTG, and this wild card just makes it 18 bigs with queen deuce off from middle position. And when I saw that on the live stream version, I just screenshotted it and I've sent it as like a framed photo to the player who got 3-bet. Joshua with a stronger holding than he's had in a while.
我要通过 TLPT 一战成名。
你给了点机会，你现在已经很有名了，你终于在一战成名。
Queen 9-6 flop here. Joshua Gabiza with top pair top kicker. But plenty of outs for Reno here. 13 to be precise. Joshua's going with a check. Very annoying spot to be raised if you do bet out with the ace queen.
没有你打得好，你比他们职业打得好。
那他们就是职业的。你这样说就是职业。
没有，你不怎么打。你一看，我一个是日本人，那牌一个是日本人。对对，一个看，一个看。
We don't mind building a pot with King Jack of Hearts in this situation. Ace of Hearts with Joshua could become relevant. And first off, we find out if Joshua checked with the intention of check raising, or truly laying the trap with the check call, maybe reducing some variance, wanting to see one more card. I guess that's the answer. Check raise.
Maybe not my decision.
45k now.
Gotta be tempting to 3-bet jam this, considering the SPR, if called, will be about 1.3 or so. And facing a jam on the turn will be very, very annoying. Maybe we have some fold equity and maybe we can get worse draws to commit. You know, something like the 8-7 of hearts could be in the mix.
Just a call.
Yeah, enough of a hand. 126 in the middle, 153 effective.
That is not the out that Rhino is gonna that needs, and we've got 126,000 chips in the middle, and he only has 153k behind.
Keep in mind, Joshua has the ace of hearts himself. It's going to give slightly lower frequency to flush draws on the other side. And I think now Rano has managed to at least price himself to the river. I understand the call more and more on the flop because I just don't think he expects Joshua to be jamming even the value part of his range for more than the pot. Does explain just flat calling on the flop. And now we just hope that the board comes to the rescue. 1/3 of the remaining cards are a win. That is certainly not one of them. This hand is basically over. And there's the ask for the rest or most of it, and we reveal the beautiful draw.
Sending it on hard as well.
Huh?
Sending it on a hard as well.
Sending it
on a heart.
That brings Rano to 23 big blinds, the smallest stack on this table.
Lucky runouts.
Jeju still leading with plenty of chips after that ace king versus king's hand.
I feel like first Rano showed the king jack of hearts, which after we've already lost the pot is the minor needle, you know, at least showing Joshua what could have been. There was a world where more chips could have gone into the middle because he was committed. And then Joshua manages to get the upper hand with the needle as well, where he says that he was sending it, which is to say shipping it if a heart came, because he had the ace of hearts himself.
Chendo here, sevens on the button. Three players to the flop. $13K does the trick.
That Chen's been pretty quiet, spot picking a little bit and taking it down with the best hand. So comfortable 400K. That 1.2 million chip stack is just astounding. I suppose now we have 11 entries, Selena, considering, oh pardon me, 11 players remaining because Yoko is back.
Right, but...
And 17 entries total.
Well, I mean, there's a chance that Nguyen Lee might have jumped back in as well, right?
Yeah, we don't know what's on the outer table, but if I had to take a guess, I would say let's take that buffer for Nguyen Lee as well. So 4.5 million or so chips in play. 1.2 million at this stage is just ridiculous.
Yeah, starting stack is 250K?
Yeah, 250. That's 5 starting stacks. 5 souls claimed.
Small blind versus big blind. Joshua just calls. Yoko is going to bump it up. That's good enough to take the pot down.
There he is. Good call.
Yeah, just mentioning the devil.
Wen Lee, back on the
He's
table.
back. He is going to want to take revenge on Zhou Quan, that's for sure.
Get seated to his right, so that's a good start.
Sometimes you just have that nemesis, right, that you just can't seem to beat. If he survives today, there's also a chance tomorrow.
Actually being told that Guangming Wen has hopped back in as well. I believe that might be on the outer tables. Takes things up to 19 entries or so. Numbers are building, and we're curious to see what happens. Start of late reg tomorrow. For now, we will play it till the end of level 10.
Yoko here has pocket nines. Sean with the 6-4. Huge lead for Yoko in this hand. Checks over to the pre-flop raiser. Chen Dong checks as well.
Good timing for a check by Dong, and now a counterfeit, but doesn't matter too much because the nines is going to feel like it's their time to stab and maybe take this one down, and take it down they will.
Joshua navigated his way to second chips.
We've seen her employ the standard limping ranges. Blind versus blind seems to have done some studying. Feels quite comfortable navigating. Ace-4 is borderline. This is the exact spot we were discussing earlier where you do want to put some aces in your check back range. However, he's down to 20 bigs. This is a different situation. He's just going to jam it. Very crucial to pick up.
How much you will have called? 2.2x? 3.2.
She's being honest. She probably would have called it 3.2x. Queen 8.
I didn't want to see it. I mean, not the worst idea to see a flop, but I didn't mind me seeing a flop, but I didn't want you to see a flop.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, if you would have told me that you will close your eyes when the flop comes, I would have checked.
I should have said that.
Yeah.
King,
Joshua
queen.
under the gun.
Next time, you know.
King, queen of clubs. Gonna make it 11k. Joshua with a very playable hand of queen jack of spades. 3 bets are now to 35k. And Sean here with ace jack of hearts on the button. Facing a raise and a re-raise.
She folds. More paint, folds behind. Best hand has been downed already. Certainly don't see Sean getting away from the king-queen suited just yet. That's really not why you accumulate 250 bigs. Quick check on the 10-8-3 rainbow. 2 overs, got shot to the nuts. These kind of hands go up in value, I suppose, when you're this deep. 130 bigs effective. As long as you can make the nuts.
It does make it 41k though. It's a pretty significant bet there.
That is big. Interesting move there by Chuan to pick up the chips first, to post the blinds for the next hand, but then fold his cards.
Could be a move where you might try to get a tell of your opponent, just see their reaction.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
If that's a bit of a hybrid move there.
Yeah, that's a new one. I haven't seen it before.
It's allowed. You know, it's kind of like a glorified pump fake, right? Reads seem less and less a part of the game, but at the highest level, you'd be surprised. For those of you watching. It's another one of those curves where sometimes when you talk about poker to a civilian, a normie, the first thing they want to talk about is live reads.
A muggle.
A muggle. Love that. That is it. That is exactly it. But yeah, they're just so fascinated with that aspect of the game, right? And yeah, there was a time when it was overvalued. I was actually watching a podcast with Phil Hellmuth, and the white magic is still a thing in his head.
Joshua Gabiza with the ace-4 spade, raising up to 12k. And Chen Dong in the small blind finds kings.
Oh, this is interesting because that cold 4-bet with the ace-6 of diamonds would have reached Joshua's ears. And he has the solver favorite. Suited wheel ace makes for a great 4-bet candidate. However, we're also super deep.
By like 350?
But I don't know if we can consider peeling, considering we've gone 10 big blinds and change. Pretty standard from the small. Not exactly the odds you want to just call in position with a suited ace. Yeah, as a result, we're letting it go. Great time for discipline. It really is one of those spots where all options are possible. I really do feel I like fold quite a lot. Although that's because I can see the cards. Wouldn't have minded a 4-bet as well. Action is always good. Really would have run into it though. This has just been super educational and exciting at the same time. I might not even need caffeine. The action is certainly stimulating me enough.
Well, back-to-back kings on this feature table. This time, Joshua Gabiza has it under the gun. Going for another raise, 12k again. Zhou Quan, small blind, picks up ace queen. Doesn't get out of line, just goes for a call. It's not a good flop for Zhou Quan. Top pair here is gonna pay off at least one straight, if not more. He does have the club in his hand. And Zhou Quan does also have Lady Luck on his side too. Going for 11k bet. Just a third pot. Oh, he's gonna be the one betting the turn now.
Unpredictable, as you said, Selena.
21k into 56.
Ace on the river. What did you say about Lady Luck there? And you know, when you said it, I was thinking, I mean, just 3 outs, this would be quite a stretch. He's only gone and done it. And I've never seen a better moment for our slow zoom. This is just sickening. The check call, bet, and then bet quite hefty on the river line should spell value more often than not. Keep in mind, even the turn bet by Chuan was a value bet. You're sort of setting his own price. Can we read into that and let the pocket kings go? We can.
Good fold.
Zhou Chuan can do no wrong. Everything simply falling into place for China number 5. TLPT team boss, as you can see, on the arm of the jacket there. Love this man's energy.
7张票，他们桌上
有几个的可能就有2、3个人收了，转了什么的。
8张票，10号是主赛冠军给了一个。
那他有没有打呀？
他没打。
那他也卖了。
对，小女孩不想打那么大就撤了。就他应该打。
每个赢家都应该打。第一张应该打。
一个免费的赢家就不可以转，对不对？就要规定是你不打不可以转，然后应该都要自己。
Do believe we caught Sean wondering
那肯定不能转呀，你免费的。
when some of the other players might join. Well, I can't say for certain.
那要不免费的意义就不存在了。他一再成名嘛，打了以后拿冠军就一再成名了。
Some requests to bring Jungle Man back. Actually, we're probably on the verge of doing that. We'll be rotating feature tables on the break. Should be about... What's the math here? 10 minutes away? Maybe less? By now, Jungle would have consumed his protein and vegetables, so should be even more energetic than we last saw him. Queen 9 Jack on the board. Top pair for Yoko. Not too much for Chuan to be excited about, but enough to continuation bet. He has 60% of a straight flush. That counts for something, I guess. Quick check call. Top pair worst kicker. Board can get quite dangerous. Or quite pleasant as we see the queen. Oh, we're stabbing. We're double barreling on a board. We just don't see double barrels too often. There's not too many hands that call on the flop that want to fold on this board a pairing turn, but the sizing is what Chuan is hoping goes in his favor. Four of spades. Flush comes in. Yoko check called. Checks once again in flow. Opening the door, asking the question. Do you want to represent the hand I had? The only problem is that the third spade has come in, which is a big part of the range that Chuan would have wanted to go bet to try and get those check call, check fold lines. Yeah, the sigh of relief.
No gamble.
So new motto, supposedly, for Yoko Sasaki. No gamble. I don't believe her though. 23 bigs, shortest stack on the table. The slightest of dents for Zhou Chuan.
Talking to a coach.
偷看舞台呢？啊？偷看舞台呢？
不是太太，我是好多朋友发信息有事情，没开你们台，不需要。
等不了1分钟。
23 bigs, wakes up with pocket jacks. That's what we want to see. Don't think we've seen a hand from Winley ever since he sat back down. Which I respect in its own way. Quite a lot of discipline. Jacks versus sixes as we do hear the announcement for the break. No six. No jack either, one over.
I'm shocked. No six on the board. Holly comes on the turn in.
Yeah, it goes jack, jack. Still some room. No backdoors either, actually, shockingly. So will someone be able to take a pot down against Joshua? Rano not going for it. Not sure how this plays out. If you can't see cards up coverage like us, maybe Joshua, every time he's gone to a showdown, he's just always showed up there. So his reputation could be quite fluffy of late. But he's had his strength tested. In this instance, looks like he's about to pay it off. Just a river bet. And believes that the sizing, which is, as it turns out, perfectly sized, could include hands as wide as ace-5. So we will call.
And with that, we will go on a 15-minute break. So don't go anywhere. Catch you guys soon. There's a...
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that we write time. No crown, no fame a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line.
Welcome back, folks. This is the final session, the final frame as we sometimes call it, for the High Roller Main. Numbers did build in the form of these sickos, as I like to call them. And we have rotated feature tables. I'd say on popular demand, but more so it's the standard operating procedure. But it has led to Jungle Man coming back. There's David Peters. Might be surprised to see him. I'm not, because I found out over the course of the break that he has rebought.
No.
So is this mine now?
Are we keeping our phones?
Is that what we're doing?
What about our phones?
That's what we were doing before.
You can move a little bit.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Seems like he's taken a bit of a hit as well.
What about our phones?
Oh my goodness, Jungle Man is still getting a massage. I don't know what he was doing when he was out.
6 or 12.
Is this a 6-hour massage?
How much?
Big hand for the short stack. Exactly what we want to see. Let's get the chips in there. Should go fold. Well, time to see if Ace-8 is a call in this spot, because whatever Jungle Man does is surely the right answer. Can certainly afford the chips. Jesse's certainly capable of having king queen and the like. So turns out the right answer is to call it off, which is to say ISO. And it's a fantastic result. Some dead money in there, as well as the domination. 167 in the middle. Just needs to dodge 2 live 8s. Opportunities for Mr. Cates. Oh, there it is.
Sorry, bro.
Jesse's not laughing.
Is someone gonna take my phone?
Yeah. 4.
You don't have to. Why do they never put these on?
Jungle willingly hands up his phone. Appreciate it.
So they found it cheap?
I guess so. They started.
It's the camera, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I already
do my
scanned this
other
now.
leg.
No, but I mean.
But I mean, the stream will be fucked up because I scanned your card.
Okay. But they
Not
can't.
my problem, no.
They can't like fix that.
I don't know if they can. Sometimes they can.
Is that the same masseuse too? I'll tell you what, that's going to be a handsome tip at the end, I suspect. Jungle seems like the generous type. We're getting mighty loose. Bullet number 2 for Wing Kwang Min did get eliminated off camera. I believe that's the fresh stack that he's putting to work. 960 from the hijack. My goodness, that's loose. Monotone board. Here's the combo draw to Zhang Yue. We're quickly double barreling and quickly getting called. Jack 10 high, good enough. Pretty tough to bluff. The 2 aces on the board. If we give up in this spot, as it turns out we have. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Zhang bluffing with the best hand.
Folded my ace Yeah.
I probably would fold. Yeah, I think I would have folded.
There's 12 big lines.
There was a flat too, or no? Or just raise and...
Raise, call. He jams all in.
Yeah.
Can he jam like pocket 4s or something?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Bro doesn't know. Bro don't know. Got a shorty over there. Yeah, a shorty.
You tried to help me.
Huh?
You tried to help me.
I tried.
I appreciate the effort.
There's got to be some tournament nerd that knows that I should fold or call there or whatever.
Jungle. To us, you're the tournament nerd.
I really like to go to sleep.
That would actually quite good for the lights. For real.
Do I have to?
Yeah, down like this, right? Yeah. It might be my go-to.
I like it. Fits you well, I think. What do you mean?
Look like a tourist. You know, I'm a
Well,
tourist.
you are,
Yeah.
right?
Just sorry. Thank you.
And Jungle seems pretty tired. Or maybe relaxed. I don't blame anyone. As he quickly mucks what was the worst hand, but take note of how active Win has become on his second bullet. This is quite a lot of aggression. 9-6, 10-8 now. Chang UTG. 7 deuce, never lose. Looks like Martin's been grinding the starting stack. 255k. Last couple of levels means the last chance to sort of make a dent in terms of the ROI on the day, right? So 250k starting stack is on offer at the start of day 2 as well. Maybe a certain element of wanting to make the effort of registering early worth it for some of these players. Tough to do when it's Joe Chuan on the outer tables absorbing all the chips in the world.
Who's in this hand? Oh, it's three-way. 30.
Honest so far for Jungle to bet at it. By far the best of it. Looks like Win is out already, so Martin, minor decision, ace-10, gut shot. Has to worry about future streets to the extent he thinks ace-high might be best at the moment. Every so often when you're facing the queen-jack, yeah, you're not really getting the right odds to draw. Let's it go. Hope you guys can hear the mild background score to the stream. Gotta say, I'm kind of liking it. Along with the classic sound of the chips riffling. Feels like a nice little backing track to the action. Jungle leaning into the relaxation as we have small versus big situation. And here's an example of checking behind those aces I was mentioning. Looks like he's gone opponent dependent because Win has just been so trigger happy. Pretty easy call, I would argue, with the ace-8 on the Jack-Jack 3, and now the 10 to the rescue for Win, who immediately fires one more bet. It's tiny though, so we might have to continue with ace high. Could be up against a 3, which would have a ton of outs. Wow, he lets it go at the right time. Called went ahead, folded went behind. Cannot fault that. Well done, sir. Both blinds come along. Note how wide we're going from the small. Quite often on our feature table coverage for this event. 10-5 of diamonds. Certainly an element initially that I thought was playing a role was how deep stack we were. But now the starting stack is about 40 bigs effective. So this was just quite loose, and Jungle has just flopped pretty pure. King 9 on the 9-5 deuce. Of course, if we've defended 10-5 in the small, we'll certainly check call the flop. Tricky turn. Could save Jack some chips. Queen of clubs. Oh my word. He's donking at it. And Jungle, with his eyes barely open, knows that he's getting the odds to come along. Not worried just yet. And another 5 to the rescue. What in the world is going on in this game? We took third pair on the board, turned it into a bluff. And I really do like that, mind you, from Jang, because otherwise we're just hoping for the best and holding on tight. Jungle calls. He actually had a decent piece of the board on the flop. Looked a bit tricky on the turn. And now the 5 comes in. And now the 50k ask. About B45. Jungle Man does not look convinced. And if he gets the showdown, he's going to be pretty tilted. Let's see it. Oh. Gotta let that one sit for a moment. That was special. Mad props to Jungle Man too. I mean, he called down 2 streets. Certainly would have expected the 5 to be favorable. Busting some up and down 2-pair combos, but really did pick up on his opponent. Choosing an odd line, most likely bluffing. Gotta wonder if Zhang continues the bluff on the river if he does not hit. And if Jungle ends up making the same hero call in that spot correctly in that case. These guys are just playing on a different level. This is going to be one of those streams that you can play back in the future, frankly used for coaching. Each hand with something to learn from. Maybe a bit of tilt creeping in because we've 3-bet the King 8 of Hearts against the new player in the mix, Shin. Gets the job done at the moment. Did have Jin on our coverage. I believe it was the main event. Over 137,000 on his hand and mob. Did participate in this very event last year and cashed. At the time, the minimum payout was the 2x to about 30k. Cashed the circuit main event as well. Ran really deep, 14th place for 8,000. That's actually the last festival on his hand and mob, so looking for a repeat performance. King Jack, and now the Ace Queen for the squeeze spot. And it's the squeeze spot we have to take because Jungle Man has been super active. Saw the ugly showdown, then saw the 3-bet. Martin Sedlak is tuned into what's going on. You almost want to maybe induce in this spot. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but if you do perceive a little bit of tilt, you could start a leveling war, but it doesn't fall for it. Massages and leveling wars don't go together. We'll take the pickup though in Martin's shoes. 39k takes him to above starting stack, and I keep coming back to that metric because it is sort of the natural endpoint for the day, with some day 2 registrations no doubt coming. Jinbo Shin joining us. baby pair, fair enough open. Late-ish position, which is the hijack in this case. Computer hand will defend. Shinohara is back on the feature table. Open ender for the queen 7. Doesn't come through just yet. Pocket 3s in the lead for now. We're giving away the free card. And we cannot hold straight for Shinohara. Pretty tough for him to represent a hand worse than 3s, considering even the gut shots would have gotten there in the form of that 10. But we do see a lot of funky floats from time to time, so does fire a bet instead of trapping. Pretty standard hand. On to the next one. Let's take a look. We have 8 players on our table, which should imply 7 or 8 on the next. So let's assume 15 or 16 players in the tournament at this stage. This will increase the up top for sure. I think we might be looking at more than the 6 buy-ins, or pardon me, the 7 buy-ins I believe we've reached already. 116 or so. Expect that to go up to almost 130. Huge scores will be up for grabs tomorrow. For now, the mission is to survive till the end of level 10. Hopefully without a rebuy. Pocket jacks should help the case. King 7 will come along. Or will it? Oh, UTG open being respected. Chin remains unpredictable. No action for the jacks. Rough feeling. Although I have to feel like Jungle is always slightly happy when a hand gets folded, because he can just lean back into his massage. I've never had more massage envy in my life. 1 a.m. local time. Could use one in the booth for sure. But unfortunately, the only one is occupied for what seems like the last 6 hours. Another loose open by Kwong, which will go through. Doesn't seem to be at the mercy of the card distribution at all. It's making things happen. Looks like and Kwong Min being used to balance the tables, which should be a clear signal as well. So now we're 7-handed on our table, 14 players remaining, safe to say. We ripped it into pocket aces. Really unfortunate. I suppose you always run the risk of somebody waking up the hand when you go all in from +1, but this is quite the hand. Yes, the run good David Peters has been looking for could get him quite close to the starting stack. Or back to the starting stack, I should say. He's ripped behind. No point being fancy with the flat call. Would signal the same amount of strength.
Aces.
Yep.
That's good. Hey, poker.
For now. We'll see.
Deuce needed. Only one live, it turns out. Yeah, that was going to be tough to catch, so Jesse Wiggin is out. Hope to see him back. For now, David Peters up to 235, near the 250k starting stack. Chip leader on the table remains Mr. Jungle. 2x the starting stack. Nowhere close to the 1.2 million we saw on the now outer table. But that's the thing with stacks. In a way, you only need to dominate your table to really push people around until we're quite in the late stages of this tournament. Final payouts and the like will be decided once late reg closes tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Queen 7 not as frisky as it looks because we're on the button. And note that Martin doesn't feel the need to 3-bet the pocket sixes. We've been outflopped with the sixes. Next best pair. Oh, Jungle's fallen asleep.
You know what?
I blame the relaxation. So it's a compliment really to the masseuse. Surely a check call with the 8s pairing up as well. To have to give credit for precisely a 7 after the check on the flop. If it comes to safe river, which the king is not, but I wouldn't be surprised at another extraction by Jungle, although given the state of his eyes and face, I don't know if he's interested in value betting thin. Nah, what am I talking about? This is the Jungle man we're talking about. He can value bet thin in his sleep. Literally, as it turns out. And now the game begins, the leveling war of knowing that he's going to be repping a king, even if he did not have it. So as a result, Jungle managing to target pretty much the next best hand from his. It's just such a good bet. Obviously no way for Jungle to know that he's facing pocket sixes precisely, but even inviting in ace highs to call. And I wouldn't blame an ace high call either here. I mean, it's basically the same thing as pocket sixes. Pocket sixes do interact slightly with the 8-7. They actually do block hands that would have continued in the form of a c-bet on the flop, such as open-enders, extremely loose hands such as 9-6 suited. So considering we saw the check back on the flop, would be the slight consideration. You only need to worry about calling too often here, but sometimes you have to play the player and just pay it off. This would be a great fold. Doesn't look that difficult, but it's a very, very hard fold to find. And looks like we found it. Take a bow. Martin Sedlak at 1 a.m. making the right moves. So impressive. Very often in the booth, I'll end up wondering, how do they do it? How do they train themselves to make those marginally good decisions? And on some level, I know the answer. It's a lot of work, a lot of time in the lab, as we call it, a lot of study, then a lot of reps, which is to say actual tournament experience, then a lot of natural poker talent, then the white magic, as Phil Hellmuth would call it. So with all that combined, I guess the answer is I don't know how they do it. It's too much to think about. It's too much to learn. About a level and change to go, I believe. 15-minute levels.
Come on. Come.
Peters. Check raising, small. This really is the new go-to move in tournament poker, I feel. I remember hearing from a top pro that you're about check raising 20 to 25% of boards. And it's not like that's the number you're aiming for. It's really about taking hands that have the right kind of equity, backdoor equity most often, where you're okay getting blown off the hand from the strongest part of their range, which decides to 3-bet on the flop itself. For the most part, you're going to get folds in the right frequency if you choose the right distribution. And then that extra bit of equity helps continue on the turn and sometimes even turn a bluff into the winner. Got shots, for instance. That's about it for the poker coaching part of the night, I promise you, because it's more so about observing what these guys are doing at the table. Pocket kings. Peters has been running quite hot, getting hit by the deck at the right time, exactly starting stack. And once again, Jungleman might have a hand that pretty much has to continue against the 3-bet. Seems a little more alert this time. Queen or 10 would be trouble. Club, and a 10 though. Wow. 96k in the middle. 2.2 SPR. There is a world where the money just finds its way into the middle. David weighing his options. And I suspect the bet sizing will determine Jungleman's response. Pretty standard to size up a little bit, as we do see him do on the slightly wet board. And Jungle giving credit for a big holding. Doesn't want to blow the pot. Also, if he has, David that is, something like ace king, ace queen, no point raising. You don't mind evaluating turns. So now the equity goes squarely in the favor of the pocket kings. The 8, basically a brick compared to Jungle's exact holding. And since the 3-bet was called pre-flop, I don't know that there's too much interaction with this board, barring the 10 from the hijack. Yeah, Peters is committing, and this surely has to be called. Nothing you can do. Can be up against 2 overs in the club draw, so Jungle will have to call it off. Getting about 3-1, a little bit less, frankly, and he has 25% equity. Can't be too upset with the situation now. 520 in the middle, needs a club or a queen or a 10. That is a 9, and that is the double up for David Peters. Second bullet, and now 2 starting stacks. These 2 basically swapping stacks. Late in the day here at the High Roller main event. New chip leader alert. Number 14 on the all-time money list, David Peters. Bit of a reset needed for Jungle Man. Starting stack worth 40 bigs at the moment. We're gonna have that dreaded level jump 6k to 8k as the final level of the night. We're battling. You gotta love this. Doesn't really matter what Jin has. All that matters is Peters picks up a double up. Opens on the button. It's gonna be super wide. This is what it takes, folks. So easy to just flat call the Jack-8. Convince yourself that it is the only approach that you can take. But it's all about finding the aggressive moves that help you pick up chips, ideally uncontested. Oh, we're doing it again. We're doing it again, this time against Shinohara. Jin a bit relentless, and Shinohara has a kind of hand that can't convert into a 4-bet. We take a flop instead of 4-betting. 9-5-4. Not much of a connection with the ace-8 of diamonds. But the check from Jin opens the door. And the door is not taken. And now the 9-high board surely ripe for a delayed c-bet. Gotta wonder what 3-bets from the blinds, then checks the flop, but it doesn't really matter. The hyper aggression of Jinbo Shin getting it done twice in a row, this time post flop.
Thank you.
Almost feels like one of those rebuy closing situations. Jinbo Shin just relentless, willing to take spots. Gotta say, unlike some of the players on the table, the likes of Sedlak and frankly even Zhang next to him, many others seem as fresh as ever. Maybe the plan for it, and maybe it's the stimulation of playing on the table. Lines come along. Hijack open is quite reasonable now that we have the chip lead. King 10-10, trouble for Peters after opening with the weaker kicker. Well, Jungle is officially falling asleep, but he's not in the hand. Oh wait, he is in the hand. Action on him. Quick check. Autopilot takes over. I'm in the small blind. Post flop, I check. And David evaluates the situation with a smile. Some outs for everyone at this point. 10 or I believe a queen or an ace for a chop for David. Oh, look at this. It's Zhang who's betting. Somehow still 3 ways on this river, and surely Jang has had enough. Wait just a second. Never mind all that. We're repping a 10, I guess. Or a queen jack precisely with the queen blocker. As far as blockers goes, David doesn't have one, barring king's full. Might be the off-ramp he needs, considering jungle came along behind. Quick call. Let's see the cards, sir. Last time around, you showed me the old 10-5. Cheeky showdown. Jungle gets one over. Believe we're on the verge of the blinds going up. Maybe a couple more hands at this level. We're escaping that ultra deep stack stage of the tournament. Sort of going into what I guess we can already call the middle stages. Think of it as like a, 40 to 50 big blind average situation. Still plenty of deep stack poker in the form of 3 streets post flop, as we just saw. But it can engineer a lot more action because the value of pre-flop pickups goes up. Queen 10 suited will open after the newly won chips. There's the announcement. Looks like it's officially the last level of the day. I believe most of the players joined us between level 3 and 7. We've had varying days, I suppose. Some of them in for multiple bullets now. 6 players on our table signal 6 to 7 on the others, so between 12 and 13 players remaining. One more level to go. I suspect we make it a day 2 with something like 11 or 12 players, and then I'm optimistic about a flurry of entries tomorrow at the last possible moment. Back to back hands for jungle. Make that 4 in a row. And jungle not worried about game flow on the table, noticing. Martin Sedlak has a pretty comfortable call-in position with the Queen 10 suited. Indeed, the direction he chooses. And Shinohara has a pretty comfortable big blind defense. Also, indeed, the direction he chooses. Pretty curious how the outer tables are doing. Particularly if Zhou Xuan is continuing his rampage. Ace high board. Everyone misses. Jungle quickly fires. And the 15k gets the job done. Too easy. 4 in a row for Jungle. Is the table just going to sit back and let him do this? "21 entries total. I believe 13 remain." Did just get a live update about potentially the elimination of Jesse Wigan. Was in trouble on the erstwhile feature table.
Huh? Oh, wait, no.
$1 p.m. tomorrow, by the way, is the kickoff for day 2, which means 1:30 p.m. with the delay on the stream. For those of you with us wanting to mark your calendars, set those alarms. Do like the slightly late start as well for these players, considering we're playing down to the wire here. 2 a.m. I suppose in real time. Maybe actually 2:30 in real time. Yeah, give or take 2 a.m. in real time, I think they'll end. We're at 1:40 with 1 level to go. Only fair for them to sleep in that extra hour or so. Jack 6 outflops the 5s and the 4s. The double pip. Things have really been going Jungle's way. Let's see if we manage to take this one down. Never mind. Spoke way too soon. And it's actually Jin with the pocket 5s, now the worst hand, firing. And Jungle calls and Zhang loving life. 2-tone board. He knows he needs to bump up the stakes here. Cannot take the river with 2 players involved. Wants to charge the draws. I suspect this goes raise, fold, fold. Still quite a gift from the poker gods. Worst hand on the flop. Just suddenly become the 94% favorite. There's the raise, and look at the size. This is pretty wild. Have we misclicked this or missized this? I mean, as it happens, the hands are just absolutely worthless, and it's almost as though he can see their hands, because in that sense the size is perfect. To the extent you want any hands to continue, it's pocket 5s and Jack 6 drawing dead. But if his opponent had, or opponents rather, 2 of them, had draws, I mean, he's given them a great reason to continue. Are we not done with his hand yet? We are, as far as Jin is concerned, and looks like we are as far as Jungle Man is concerned as well. Hello, Jungle. You've been check raised, sir. sort of rebooting the software, resetting the system, because we've just woken up and now we've called the check raise drawing dead. This is, I suppose, the massage and the sleep getting in the way of some of the decision making. Don't know that Jungle absorbed that he'd been check raised multi-way. I'd actually bet some money that's the situation. That call is quite absurd. Now we've sized up, not worried about the backdoor flush, which is a good mentality from Zhang. Looking to extract from an ace, which certainly could be in the mix. Okay, we pay off the river, pardon me, we pay off the turn check raise, but not the river jam, so that's most of the damage avoided. Zhang Yuek climbs up to 42 bigs, 58 for the chip leader on the table after that hit the jungle stack. 52 bigs for him. The massage continues. We're about 25 minutes away from hand for hand, after which we play 5 hands and end the day. And what a day it's been. Sometimes it's good to get some confirmation that poker is a skill game, and those who play it at the highest levels, including the $16,000 buy-in, tend to have a few more moves up their sleeves than the average Joe, and it's just been a non-stop display of those kind of moves. This is a stream I'll be bookmarking to inspire myself to play aggressive, active, and often very focused and really targeted poker in the future. Pretty quick 3-bet takedown, understandable, given the holdings. On to the next one. And may I just unsolicitedly mention that David Peters seems a little bit scrunched in the one seat there. But you know, almost the end of the day. We'll manage, I suppose. Oh, look at that large gap to the left of Jungle. Come on, Jungle. Make some room for Peters. Oh, the gap is for the masseuse, to be fair. I see what's happening now. Jungle's VPIP remains high this time. Justified with the 5-4 of hearts. Martin knows Jungle's been super active and looks like he's taking Queen 3. To the flop. Not a hand you necessarily need to defend, but certainly against an opponent that seems to be playing his entire range from the button. Fortunate flop for the 5-4, mind you. 6-5 deuce. Certainly above average. And we defend the Queen 3. We flop the gut shot. Problem is only 168k in our stack. 21 bigs precisely. Do we have enough to play back? If we've defended the queen 3, I suppose we have to call one street. Queen's live as well, 5 outs. That is a miss. And jungle in the phantom zone once more. Quickly checks behind. So we get to see 2 cards in Martin's shoes, and might just justify the check call a little bit. Now do we feel the need to bluff at it? If jungle's checking behind, queen high is not going to be the best hand too often. Barring precisely something like maybe it's 7, 9, 7, and even that, I don't know if jungle's checking behind. So decision point with 19 bigs now. He decides not to bluff at it, which is basically the white flag. Don't know that he's planning to make some hero calls, but jungle might put him to the test anyway. Now jungle just checks behind. Might be a slightly massage-oriented decision. We have seen jungle value bet pretty much exactly this spot, although it was a king on the board that he could sort of fake represent, but did value bet the queen 7 on the 788X king board. Similar spot in this case, but he chooses not to do so with the 5. Jungle remains unpredictable as well. As the one-time best heads up and maybe the best cash game player, and who knows, maybe even the best tournament player in the world. Big part of jungle's strategy is to mix and randomize. And we've seen Jin just get super activated based on game flow, not really based on his holdings. Deems the 10-8 off good enough.
Raise.
King Jack off certainly seems good enough as well. And we 3-bet it. Gets the pocket 7s to lay it down. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar there, Jin. Jungle continues to make it look easy. Took a big hit early on the feature table, but he's back. Over 500k, double the starting stack. Jungle's VPIP may just be approaching, I don't know, 60-odd%, and now David Peters finally finds a hand to fight back against this relentless pre-flop opening. Big stack versus big stack. First question is sizing.
58.
Not too much variation available when we're sizing from the small. We're going to go big in the sense that we're going to raise to, in this case, over 7 bigs. So 2x open, 3.5x multiplier is pretty common in jungle with a very playable 9-8 of spades. Does come along. Big pot brewing. 132 in the middle. Ace 7-5. Action killer in the form of the ace. The 7-5 is the gut shot though. If David C bets, which would be the standard play, as we do see him reach for chips. Jungle has enough to peel in position depending on sizing. Yeah, the ask is for 26k. 3 bigs. No backdoors in the form of a spade is slightly unpleasant against an ace in particular. Not getting the right odds or even implied odds. Can't see this going either way. How about the way of aggression?
90. Huh?
We've taken our little gut shot and quickly converted into a raise on the flop. And against an opponent like Jungle, this is a sick spot for Peters. He knows what Jungle Man is capable of. On some level, he has to wonder whether an ace would raise in position. And he concludes that quite often that would not be the case. Absolute brick city. We of course check and flow with the jacks. And it's all going to come down to this if Jungle fires again. Does David think Jungle would raise an ace? Because if not, Jungle is representing pocket 7s precisely. Maybe some combos of ace 7 suited. Maybe pocket 5s, although that seems rare as well. And considering how balanced Jungle plays, it seems like the answer is he would be raising aces, but can he get his opponent to believe that? There's also some equity to realize if he checks behind. Could be up against diamonds, in which case 8s and 9s would be live. Of course the 6 as well, but he's not the passive type. He down bets 65k now. It almost seems like this bet is targeted at David's exact holding. In the sense that David might feel like an ace or a really strong holding might be looking to extract from a pair between 10s and kings with this size. This is so sick. It's also the kind of bet that has that leverage, a turn bet that threatens the river jam, while risking the minimum. Daniel Cates gets it done.
Do we get more tomorrow, or is that just it?
One of the coolest hands we've seen today, and that's saying something. It's like the sleeping lion all of a sudden waking up and just going for the kill. That was something special, and David Peters on the receiving end of utmost creativity. Down to about 300k. We'll open once more with the king jack. Fair enough. Jinbo Shin likes to play it back if he thinks opponents are maybe tilting or maybe using chip leads in late positions. Honestly, anything capable with this man. Pretty standard to just call. For once he's going with a standard. Suited hand. 10 is high enough as a card. Big blind discount. Good enough to see the flop. Here we go. Ace 5 deuce. Gut shot for the 10-4.
Nice. It's finished in 5 minutes.
As aggressive as David has seen Jin be, with or without showdowns, he has to think the best aces will 3-bet pre-flop, so this feels like a very safe continue. And mind you, this is a must-call situation. We have a gut shot, we have the backdoors. Maybe I should say must continue, because certainly check raising possible as well. Don't believe we have check raised though, as he gets his change back from the dealer, courtesy jungle. 6 seems meaningless. David checks behind and does spike. Had the best hand already. Now has a decent bluff catcher to the extent. That's what Jin does. Instantly looks up at the clock, instantly looks down at his chips, and instantly starts grabbing some. This is getting called. I mean, we made the kings and we have a decent kicker. Convincing sizing, I will say. There's some pre-flop action to consider as well. In the sense that Jin was slightly hesitant, then maybe considering a raise. Whatever it might be, Peters puts it all together. Gets a bit of a clawback from that jungle hand that he just lost. 371k now. Yeah, Jan getting some neck stretches in. You gotta do those yourself if you don't have a masseuse. Only 8 minutes away from going hand for hand. This keeps things fair at the end of the level. We'll play down 5 more hands after that. So give or take 7 to 8 hands to go. Truly been one of the most instructive streams we've done here at TLPT 2026. Most of these guys and women putting on an absolute clinic. Did have some second bullets, going pretty hard. Also never a dull moment with Jungle Man on the board. Even when he's asleep, he's entertaining. Action board here. The short stack of 15 bigs for Martin might be hearing from the top pair decent kicker off Jungle Man. He's confirmed that 1.5 big blinds is the continue. And surely thinking about a check raise. Yeah, here we go. This is how you balance all those light 3-bet check raises. Oh, pardon me, just check raises we've been seeing on the flop. Top pair, decent kicker, facing only a short stack. Backdoor diamond slightly covered, does reduce 1 diamond out to the extent your opponent has a flush draw, which is the case here. And now next question is, does Martin think he has fold equity with a 3-bet on the flop? He certainly might. If he was up against something like a really weak queen or perhaps weaker pairs instead. It's been instantly called, and we have effectively a 60-40 for Martin Sedlak's tournament life. He needs an ace or a diamond. Deuce doesn't change much. Ace or diamond needed, but it's the king of spades. We lose Martin Sedlak right at the end of the day here. One of the game's best, and certainly I remain a huge fan of his attitude, huge fan of his demeanor at the table. GG, Martin. Hope we see you again with a day 2 reg. And then there were 5. And that's just on our table. Looks like 12 people remaining in the field. We've seen all of them on our coverage. Jungle Man, chip leading on our table. I believe Joe Chuan rather, and Joshua Gabisa. Somewhat neck and neck for the chip lead on the outer. Mystery hand, but pretty good flop for the hand we can see. Jack high flush. Possible. Enough to put some chips into the middle. Try to muscle out the big blind. Who does call pretty quickly. Single chip is just a call, not the 25k that the chip represents. Jack on the turn. Very likely the best hand. Two options really. You don't want to get blown off your hand, so yeah, he does go for the check. Other option, of course, was to fire at it.
He's the button there.
Looks like we're balancing by placing a 6th player on our table as well. That's Chen Dong coming in. Oh, we see the reveal. It's just a pair of 3s. Check mark for Daniel. No need to put on any capes. Zhang Yu, let's it go. I would venture we have 6 to 7 hands remaining till the end of the day. And looks like we're down to 5 actually. Oh my, let me check our reliable live updates to get a grip on the situation. If we're down to 5, that means the most number of players in the tournament is 11. Where do we end the day? Rags versus Rags, and I see a deuce. Zhang flops best. The way he'd been playing, wouldn't have been surprised to see a float there, but his stack has dwindled. Under 30 bigs, never feels too comfortable. Also under the starting stack. Bit of bad news for the Sean Liu fans out there. Sounds like, or rather reads like, as per the live updates, kind of nursing a short stack. 15 bigs in a dream. Last hand before we go hand for hand. Gotta say, Jinbo Shin has really not been blessed with the juiciest part of the card distribution, but he's made things happen nonetheless. King 7 off, an example here in the hijack. Looks like it's gonna get the job done. Saw the little draw for how many hands? Broadly speaking, 15 minutes to go. Do we make something happen, or do we quietly fold our way into day 2? There's no real day 2 bubble. Nobody will be giving up a spot, but, you know, slight added incentive to just maybe make fresher decisions tomorrow, but not for this man. Jinbo Shin doesn't believe in the philosophy that I was expounding there. Six, 3 of hearts is being opened. Desperate to go into day 2 with a stack, clearly. Or at least one that exceeds the starting stack of 250. Looks like Jang has involved a 25k chip. 3-bet from the cutoff. And once again, it's one of those classic Zhang Yue's small 3-bets. Certainly some sizing issues. Perhaps not as used to this variant of the game, because this certainly prices in your opponents. I'm looking back at when he 3-bet multi-way to just 2x. Now, are we priced in with 6 high? That's a different question. Or do we have more nefarious plans? Is that a stack of oranges? 25k a piece? Oh my goodness, let's go. Let's go. 4-bet with the 6-3 suited. And we have a mystery hand, mind you. We have no idea how this is going to react. Time to see, based on the action, not the cards for once, what Zhang Yue has. Because if he's top of range, the plan is obvious. If he's absolute top of range, aces in particular, the plan would be to just flat call in position. And looks like we're throwing in a time bank if we're bottom of range. It's obvious as well. Mid sip of beer, I will say, signals a decent amount of strength usually. At least in a cash game. I'm pretty confident with that live tell. Another time bank. Maybe posturing then. Mid sip of beer and another time bank doesn't usually lead to a 5-bet raise. We've called it. in position. And it's revealed to be kings. The discipline to not 5-bet kings at the perfect time. His opponent certainly doesn't have an ace. Certainly would have folded to any further aggression. Now we're playing kings versus 6-3 suited in position. There's a 6. Under 1 SPR effective. How much trouble are we in? Do we as Jin convince ourselves that our opponent is on 2 overs? Looks like we have. There is the jam. And this is surely the end of Jinbo Shin. We're hemming and hawing, but I don't know how we can fold. There we see it. The flat call pre-flop working out like a charm. Now we really deserve a sip of the beer, although I will say that read about sipping beer mid-hand continues to be reliable as strength, and we see the queen ace run out. We're gonna lose a player during the hand for hand section of our high roller main. Shout out to Jinbo Shin. Did meet me in Taipei after an event, and seems to be someone really looking to make his way up in the poker world.
2, 3, 4, 5.
3 hands to go apparently. Well, bit of an implosion right at the end of the day. Jinbo Shin did join us on the later side. Really was aggressive with a wide variety of holdings. Was forcing the action in a lot of spots, and it'll lead to his bust out against the super premium. Now certainly some premiums in the mix here. This might be another big pot. Just a flat call on the button. No 3-bet from Peters, as we can see. Shandong would have had the better hand. Good timing thus far. Flopping an ace would be real trouble. Tough though, with the aces out. How about 2 clubs? For the man whose hand is underrepresented, Ace-Jack suited in position on the button. Chen looks like he's ready to give up, considering the lack of connection. Wouldn't mind preserving the nearest starting stack. Worth about $16,000, mind you. And maybe more now, actually, with the number of entries that are busted. Actually, I'm pretty certain it's more. That's the nature of tournaments. Buying a stack now makes you a little more likely to take a part of the pie. And a bigger pie, mind you. 21 entries we ended on. Yeah, I'm getting news from the outer tables. Looks like Xuan Liu really did suffer. One of the shortest stacks, at the moment at least. 110k. It's been checked till it turns out Ace Queen is the winner. Pretty surprising, considering the Ace Jack suited looked like it flopped the world. Now outpipped. Dong just praying for a check back. He might just get it. What a great result. Yeah, let's double check, David, and realize we could have taken that one down. certainly in position. So exactly starting stack for Chandong. Certainly has seen his ups and downs, but he'll take it, I'm sure. In fact, slightly starting stack is the shortest stack at the table. So it's not so much about survival, I feel, because this is plenty of blinds. It's just about making one last attempt at building a stack going into day 2. One last hurrah. I believe we have 2, maybe 3 hands to go. King 3, quite stealable from the small. It's kind of hand you want to raise, and raise he does to 3x, and Zhang wakes up with the goods. Oh, watch this. It's as though he can see his opponent's holding because he has not 3-bet ace, king, and now it comes 3-3 queen. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Absolute punishment for the passivity pre-flop in position. Although, considering the holdings, it had worked out like a charm. You just dream of going into the flop, dominating your opponent in position instead of getting them to fold, but this is why it backfires sometimes. The equities in hold'em do often give the worst hand the best flop. And now Jungle can just fire, 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 hope that his reputation comes into the mix of being hyper aggressive, of finding triple barrel lines. And another problem with under repping and now getting the 10 for the gut shot is you feel compelled to stick around. It looks like the ace king releases. Jungle upset, but frankly got one extra street, I should say, and also he would have probably folded if the action went as it's supposed to pre-flop. Just a few minutes in it before we wrap up. The high roller main, bringing out some of the best in the business. It's been quite a grind for the players, quite a grind for us on the production side as well, so I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. 1 p.m. local in real time. These players will kick off day 2, 1:30 p.m. for us, with a 30-minute delay on the stream. Hope to see you then. Jungle Man remains super active. This time, understandably so. Ace-Jack suited and Ace-7. Should be looking to 3-bet quite often. But we go the passive route once again. Good timing as it turns out. I will say that against a button open Ace-7, with just a couple of hands to go till the end of the day, would have made a decent 3-bet candidate instead. Good time for caution because the 10, deuce, 9, 2 spades is all jungle. Yeah, Chen gets away. Quite cheaply, I should add. Maintains that starting stack and now officially last hand for the day.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Raise.
No, not turn and button. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's high?
Yes, I guess that's fine.
Man, the massage just never ended. Did he do 6 hours? There were some moments when I believe he gave her break, but quite impressive on multiple fronts. Here we go. One last chance for action. 8-7 suited qualifies, but there is that day 2 equity that might make him a bit gun shy. Yeah, no surprise. Let's see that one coming. It's marginal to begin with, and you can just fold and move on to the next day. And mind you, with the table reset, we'll actually dodge the blinds as well. How frisky do we want to be in the small? Feels sad to give a walk on the very last hand, but it is what it is, and this hand got over so quickly. We're actually going to ask the question. Are we done? And getting confirmation on the response. And there we have it. Bagging and tagging is the end of the day, and looks like we've had 11 players make it to day 2. All of them at some point on our stream. Some rebuys, Winley, third bullet I believe. Yoko Sasaki did come in with the second bullet, did increase the starting stack. Chip leader in the tournament is going to be Jungle, as we do see the 112 big blinds, 896k. Let's just call it 900. He's basically tied with the late emergent Joshua Gabisa. Essentially 900k as well. Must have battled Joe Chuan over on the other table, because Joe ends up with 800k. He was up to 1.2 million at one point. It's going to be all to play for tomorrow as we play down to the winner. Do not miss it. It's going to be fun. See you